Howdy ho! Welcome to the stream, everybody. I'm Mr. Hanky, the Christmas Pooh. Came to say hi. I know it's after Christmas, but I'm still around. Don't forget about me. Just remember, just get out tally. You get out tally and you say howdy ho, and we'll come have a little smoke together.
This is the story of the little engine that could. That's how the civilized people do it. I've stepped it up a notch. If you want to achieve greatness, you have to aspire for greatness. Oh, I upgraded the horn, you see. Moving on up, bitch. Moving on up. See, I started off with a raggedy old train, and now I got the better horn train. You never know. You just got to keep trying. Oh shit, I went backwards. my train went full retard. You never know. That can always happen. Back to the drawing board. Okay, what we got today? 3 different plates. The one plate, Fox is going to go in for, and he's going to freaking love it. It's half a can of that gravy grilled one mixed with a full can of the pate beef. So he's going to go in for that. Like, I bet if I do that every day, he'll eat a can and a half first thing in the morning nonstop. He won't leave hardly anything on it. We'll see. The other one is just Simon's leftovers from last night, all by itself, because they didn't eat it yesterday because it had ziwi with it. Ate more of it though than they did of the ziwi mixed with just a little bit of, or the half and half ziwi and beef. They didn't eat hardly any of that. So this time we got the ziwi mixed with the beef and Hydrocare, like 40, half a package of the Hydrocare, so soupy, and a heaping 1/8 of a teaspoon full of nutritional yeast, just sprinkled on the top, not mixed in. So that should definitely get them to want to at least lick the top of it. what we're doing. I'm thinking I might start getting that gravy beef to go with the pate to entice Tux to eat more. I might. I mean, it's a little more expensive though, so we'll see. We'll see how he does with it today. If he just engulfs all the food and doesn't leave any behind, I might do that because he's been leaving a little bit behind every morning. I'd rather him eat all of it. So, okay. So, I was going to do a half a can of the pate, or no. Or if I was going to do at least a full can of the gravy, but I want to try to do as little of it as possible first to see if it'll work. That way I can make it go further. All right, here I go. Hopefully he's out there. If he's not out there, well, something could have happened to him. Every day that he's out there is actually a miracle because it's dangerous out there. And you know what? New Year's Eve is going to be extremely dangerous for them because they're not going to be able to hear very well. They're going to be freaking out. They're like, cars are still going to be doing their thing. People are going to be drunk and not noticing cats crossing the street. So, yeah, man, a lot of cats die on New Year's Eve in big cities. So I'm kind of nervous for them. Anyway, I'm nervous for all of them. What are you doing? Are you getting all over your... Right. Come on, Simon. I see you. Okay? I'm not here still. I'm to the plug. Alright. Hey, just in case Tux gets crazy, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't do that, man. I wouldn't do that. This is for the people. Alright. So, got a good shot of the floor. Really. Better. Yeah. Now, Tux isn't out there. Also, he could be cheating on me. He could have a place he goes like right after here. Dude, her toy got in the water last night. Her water ball. This one. And as you can imagine, it was soaking wet. It was like drenched inside like a sponge. So I put it over, or I put it over, and I was like, "This is what happens when you get your toy in your water." And I squeezed it, dude. I didn't realize how soaked it actually was, and it rained. It rained down on her. She freaked out, dude. I felt so bad. It wasn't even. It was just a couple drops, but she was like, didn't understand, and was like, "Wow." But I like, guys, I got a tissue and I dried her off real quick and I held her and I let her know I'm sorry. I don't know. I wasn't expecting her to get so. She's got a thing for water, man. She really is intrigued by it, while at the same time really doesn't like getting it on her. I've never had a cat that was so intrigued by water. Like, well, I mean, it was kind of an accident. I wanted a little bit to squirt on her to let her know, like, this is what happens. Don't get it wet. You know, you don't want to get it wet in your water bowl. But more came out than I thought it was going to, for sure. It was still kind of funny though, because it's just water, you know, like, you silly kitty. But I don't want her to lose that either. At the same time, I don't want her to lose that intrigue that she has with it, because it's so interesting. She, like, anytime I go to fill the water bowl, she's always super, like, climbing the gate, wanting to look at the bowl, wanting to touch it, wanting to smell it, and wanting to look at the water as I'm pouring it. And then she wants to drink out of the bottle. She wants to, like, and it's almost like she's holding the bottle a little bit with her paw as she's drinking out of it. Maybe she used to be a human. Maybe in her last life, she was a human. Man, I wish this camera didn't go down like this. I need to go check it. Sometimes when I get Amber Alerts, it does it. It'll go down. Sometimes it just goes down because it's being an ass for the day. It was an Amber Alert. It actually was an Amber Alert. Like, I have to clear the Amber Alert. I have to press it, and then it'll go off, and then I have to restart the app that I use. I mean, a missing person, I guess. I'm surprised I didn't get it on my regular phone. That's very odd. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting it on a phone that doesn't even have a phone number. Weird. Dude, Bitcoin dumped today. Did y'all see that? Making me wish I'd have shorted it. 91.9. Damn sure making me wish I'd have shorted it at 105. Yo, Mama came up to swipe it. Waterwood said she's around him. Probably not, I guess. Maybe she didn't see it for the first month of her life. Hey, come here. Come here. Oh, wait, no. No. Hey, no! Stop it. He's so bitey sometimes. Oh, buddy. So this is the first time Mama's eaten in a while. Man, she even came for the little mixture. The word got out. This is the new spot again. Human got the point. We're tired of eating that same shit every day. Very interesting. This is the first day that I've mixed the pate with something else in the morning. I did it yesterday for the first time in the afternoon, but Mama never came. Well, she rarely came by in the afternoon anyway. It's interesting, but I wonder if the work, dude. She ate yesterday. I don't remember, but I don't think she ate the mixture. He ate all that yesterday. The one, because, right? I don't think that she's had any of that yet. But he had it twice yesterday, and he hangs out with her. He somehow communicated to her that I'm feeding him something different that she might want to come by and get a taste of. It's possible. If cats can communicate to each other like that, which it seems like they can. By the way, he ate all the nutritional yeast off of the ziwi on the right. That's all he ate off of it. He just licked it completely off the top. Simon's eating almost all his food. I'll let him eat just a little bit more. Finish up his bowl. That's cool with me. Not much left. So yeah, man, if somebody would have shorted Bitcoin, you would be doing pretty good right now. Pretty safe. You have shorted it around 100K. But nobody knew. You could tell that people were trying to do that because of how much it bounced up and down. Up from above 100K to below 100K to above 100K to below 100K, and then it looked like it was going to back above 100K again. Like, people were trying to judge the market and catch the swing and catch the short on it, because once it starts going down, it's going to keep going down. And I really don't see why it would go much over 100K. That was the target, to make money off the plebs, the new booties, the people that are just getting in at 100K. But somebody's got to sell at that 100. Like, Somebody's got to buy for somebody to be able to sell. And that's why I was always like, who the fuck's going to buy 100k BTC? Who's going to go in at that price? But apparently a bunch of people did, man. What the fuck? That's wild. Yo, man, why do you have to fucking eat everything? This is get up in your stomach already. Fucking shit, dude. She eats styrofoam, she eats plastic, she eats metal. Dude, I can't leave anything around, or she might fucking eat it. That sucks, dude. Like, I don't know. Some of this shit could be really bad for her to ingest. A styrofoam. What does that do? She's not skinny though, Sister T. You're trying to convince me to feed her more or what? I don't think that she needs more food. Cat feeding on everything. It's usually a sign of boredom, is what it says. A natural instinct to explore through their mouth, or could indicate underlying issues like teething, dental problems, anxiety, or even a lack of proper chew toys to satisfy their need to gnaw. If chewing persists, it's important to consult your veterinarian to rule out medical concerns and develop a plan to address the behavior. So boredom is probably it's the main reason they say they do it. Yeah. Cat, I'm gonna put cat ate styrofoam. Cat ate styrofoam. Bad as this shit. Mama does definitely not like that food. Nobody. My gourmet food over there, man. Bro, I'm gonna end up writing the company, dude, actually, and telling them I tried everything in the book to get cats to eat your food, and they wouldn't eat it. These cats live on the streets, man. These cats don't get wet food. Your food's supposed to be super high quality New Zealand meat, motherfucker. You telling me if this shit was like the filet mignon of cat food, why aren't they eating it? Rabbit and lamb? How exotic do they need it? These cats don't like it exotic. They want beef tongue. Mexican cats. I said it before. The cats in my hood are either Mexican or Asian, so they got a different type of like they don't like the bougie stuff unless it's Fancy Feast. Dude, I'm convinced that Fancy Feast is putting something in their food at this point. Nine out of 10 cats will eat the Fancy Feast, except for Simon. Simon's the 10th cat that won't eat Fancy Feast. He ate the Ziwi for a long time. Email him today. I was gonna let myself or use up this case that I'm trying to use, and then I was going to at least wait till after the new year. But Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Huh. Simon, come here. Simon. Simon, come here. Simon, come here. Simon, come here. What are you doing? Hey, you got a booger. Oh, yeah. I didn't used to have to get his eye boogers. Come here. You got another one. Oh, we gotta get that too. Oh, got it. They can't do it themselves, you know. Poor guy. That would drive me crazy if I got shit in the corner of my eyes and I couldn't get it out myself. That's one thing cats need us for. Get their eye boogers out. Come here. Come here. Are you coming? Are you gonna come over here? Oh, I have the beast. I have the beast on me. Dude, if a cat decided, like, all of a sudden it wanted to mess you up, it could. Like him looking at me right now, if all of a sudden he got it in his, like, like a pit bull, like how pit bulls would just snap. If cat, dude, can you imagine how crazy that'd be if there was a breed of cat that did that all the time? Like there was just one breed that was always like, you never knew. It might try to pull a face sucker from Aliens on you and just wrap around your face and start. Get it off my head! I knew I shouldn't have gotten one of these, sweetie. I thought it'd be different. I mean, Siamese are kind of known for being kind of aggro and a little temperamental. Like they'll kind of like they'll be cool one day and the next all of a sudden you're like, yo, why are you being a bitch today? So I mean, they're probably like the pit bulls of the cat world, Siamese cats. I am Siamese, if you please. I am Siamese, if you don't please. You know what I mean? These cats don't give a fuck. I had a neighbor who had one when I was a kid, and I remember thinking that thing was kind of like a little scarier than a regular cat. Like it might just swipe me in the face out of nowhere. You never know. They might. Oh, really? Oh, they do that sometimes. But I'm saying that like a cat that's their. I think Siamese cats are the closest to that though. That'll do that possibly. Maybe because they've been so inbred over the years that like they motherfuckers look cross-eyed sometimes. Dude, like I bet there's a subreddit that is dedicated to cross-eyed Siamese cats. I'm gonna check. Maybe not. The Siamese cross eyes is to compensate for genetic flaws. It actually doesn't affect their sight at all, and they see straight. Apparently, the gene that leads to the coloring also leads to the retina being shifted off center. To see straight, they appear cross-eyed, so their sight lines up with the retina, which thus sends a better picture to their brain. Also, my 18-year-old Siamese is very cross-eyed and has the best eyesight of any cat I've met. Yeah, it's very interesting. And they drop multiple sources for it. I've lived with Siamese for nearly 60 years purebred, and at first cross eyes was a favorable trait with the pedigree cats, but over the years that's changed and the majority of CFA breeders have bred it out of their lines. It's fascinating to see in the last link that it's a recent discovery for the optic nerve connection and not something I was aware of yet. I wonder why it was and still often is only in some Siamese. I was also fascinated that it happens after they're born. Uh, Dude, look at this cat though. He said, "You're probably gonna say my other cat isn't cross-eyed either." It looks cool though, kinda. Looks like it's really paying attention. But apparently it's not hurting it. And they're not, yeah, they're seeing, they still see well. Oh shit. Can't stop till you get enough, come on. Oh, really? Oh, really? Well, hey, buddy. Here. Forgot Simon was here. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, what we got here? Oh, is it growing? It starts small sometimes.
Future. And so law enforcement in America traces its roots back to slave patrols, right? And so whose sole purpose was to hunt down and control enslaved black people. These patrols laid the foundation for policing as we know it today. And
oh, they're starting to have that same rhetoric from the BLM, George Floyd shit.
Force racial discriminations and keeping this system in place. And so after slavery ended, the same ideology was repurposed through convict leasing, the Jim Crow laws, and mass incarceration, which you see on my shirt, we got to get rid of. Right. And so targeting black communities and stripping them of their rights and humanity. So groups like the KKK, born out of the same desire to oppress, found natural allies in these systems. And so throughout history, many...
Look and see what the hell they started with this.
We know we need to have Sean up in here. I got Mark Mishler somewhere.
Look at the old white dude with the BLM sign in the background. What the fuck is this shit? Yeah, I'm glad I rewound it. That's silly looking. Those two are just silly as shit, aren't they?
I know Tamar was right behind me, so got Tamar. So we are going to get started. My name is Jamaica Miles, but let's do this right. Good morning. Good morning. You know what's crazy is I was worried I was going to have to give
How convinced them to come out there?
I didn't need to do that because there's lots of reasons why people are here today. Whether it's because of sadness or anger or frustration or the fact that the rest of y'all figured out shit that we already knew. There's lots of different reasons why we're here. I'm a big
the thing is, if this happens to a white dude, nobody gives a shit. That's the problem with this. They care more about having a black person everywhere, even in the system. Even after it happens in the system, they're gonna like care more. He's a minority.
To remember is what's going to keep us here. I don't know why. What needs to keep us here, not just today, because we should have been here 2 months ago. Should have been here 4 months ago. Could have been here 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Right. This isn't new.
Yeah, no, but Trump's dope. Yeah, that's... You weren't coming in here 2 years ago, 3 years ago, because y'all had the administration lockdown, so everybody was like, hey, we got this shit. The country is going to shit. We won. Hey, now you see, oh my God, they're turning it around. Now we got to start breaking shit again and find reasons to do it. And this is perfect, y'all. Right before he gets inaugurated, awesome, awesome. We can get foot soldiers into the streets to go break some shit because this is Trump's fault. This is all fucking Trump's fault.
Keep us.
You know?
The fight
This is definitely Trump's fault, dude.
Freedom, for liberation, for justice, and to an
And black women are definitely going to believe that.
standing up against today, right?
Because Harris isn't president.
Again, my name is Jamaica Miles.
I think black women were most of her voting bloc.
Capital District. The way that this came about, where is Shania?
It had to have been, dude.
Because trust me, we definitely not really getting this started.
All these black women that said that they just wanted to see a black woman as president when they were asked.
The way this happened was a phone call between all of us in Center for Community Alternatives. Got on a phone call and said, something has to happen.
They really thought that was going to happen.
There's no way that this goes down and we don't have something happen in Albany. And then it was a quick phone call to a whole bunch of other people because
And they got all butthurt about it not happening.
Yeah.
So they're still mad about it.
Agrees that Robert Brooks did not have to die.
They're going to get madder once he gets inaugurated.
Everyone agrees that we see lynchings inside our jails and prisons every single day.
Calm before the storm.
And so we stand here today in front of the governor's mansion to in which they blocked access. Right? This is the people's house. It's supposed to be the people's house. But they blocked the sidewalks. They blocked the streets. This is not keeping us safe. So we stand here today, and I'm quickly going to go through, there's almost 20 organizations and more, right? This is just a list of names that we were able to collect before this happened. We know that there's more. Albany Social Justice Center, Capital District Working Families Party,
no,
Capital
Cross.
Ceasefire Coalition, Center for Community Alternatives, Center for Law and Justice, Citizen Action of New York, the Community Rising Project, the Hampton Institute, Hudson Catskill Housing Coalition, Jewish Voice for Peace Albany, Loud for Change, New York State Jails Justice Network, the Palestinian Rights Committee of Albany, Pillars of Promise, the Queer Palestinian Empowerment Network, Saratoga Black Lives Matter, Troy for Black Lives, United Muslim Alliance of Albany, We Are Revolutionary, and everyone else that needs to shout out their orgs can shout them out right now. There are so many different organizations here in the Capital Region and across the states that are demanding justice. So as we get started, it is indeed my honor to introduce the first speaker, co-founder of all of us, Sean Young.
It's a blessing to see every one of you here today. It is a shame that we have to do this again. Another murder. Another person killed by the hands of the state. We're at another rally, another press conference, and another march. When is it going to end?
His shirt, though,
How many
dude. Eat
times do we need
the
to come out?
rich.
What do we need,
The hell does that
to
mean?
do different?
They need to be held responsible.
They need to be held responsible. Every single person in the state, from the Governor Hochul down, need to be held accountable for the lives that are lost in prisons in New York State.
That's right.
This is not new, as many of you that are here today know. If you have family members, if you've been incarcerated yourself, if you give a damn about humanity, you know that this won't be the last time we hear. You're gonna have to come out again and again. So I'm looking at all of you that are here today to hear us speak, to take pictures, to take video, and I'm holding you accountable to stand up, because the power is with who? The power is with the people. The power is with the people, and we need to stand up and we need to take action when these things happen, because there's a long list of dead. There's a long list of the dead here in New York State, in New York State prisons, and on our streets. We gotta do better, we gotta do more. And I'm so grateful for you to be here today, but I need you to take action beyond today.
Absolutely.
Just like what happened to Robert Brooks ain't just happened to Robert Brooks. That's a daily event that happens inside prisons.
That's right.
All over our country.
That's right.
It just don't end in death.
all the time, and it ain't captured on film for us to see. People have been crying. Families have been crying for their loved ones. Yes, for their loved ones. Trying to hold someone accountable.
We staying here traumatized today.
Exactly.
Cross is still hungry, man. I want
And
you
we
to eat
need
the
to do
other
more, and we need to
seaweed.
do better, and I'm holding you accountable to it to do something beyond today.
And we
Something
was there
beyond
2
today.
months ago trying to get justice for Mickey. We done spoke to councilmen. Nobody wanted to do anything. Maybe if somebody came out for our meat 2 months ago, this probably wouldn't have happened.
Say that
We
again,
don't have
sister.
nothing for our meat.
That's
Our
right.
meat is an Albany resident.
That's right.
And nobody spoke out for it. I've been on Facebook Live. People that follow me know that I've been out there shouting justice for our meat. We went to several leaders in organization and they like, oh, we're gonna wait till this and we're gonna wait for that.
And that's been the problem. And that's been the problem for too long. So justice for our people.
Right.
Justice for those that are incarcerated. Justice for the families. Justice for our communities. Justice for all. Let's stand up beyond today. Let's make it happen. Thank y'all for being here. I will get it back to Jamaica Miles.
It's a long list, and it shouldn't be a long list. I'm trying to be responsible because it is focused on. We're gonna be responsible people. It's a very long list. The list of organizations that are here today is not long enough. The number of people that are here today is not long enough.
Absolutely.
But it doesn't mean there are not more people that are calling for justice, right? We're going to keep
I
it
hate
moving
the
because
food.
there's impacted people that know from experience what it's like to be behind the wall.
That's right.
We lead with the voices of those who experience it.
Right.
We don't ask somebody else to stand up and speak for them when they can speak for themselves. Coming to the mic, Trent Griffin Braff of Success Math Initiative.
Thank you, Jamaica. So, good morning, everyone. Typically, I like to talk from the head, but this was just so serious. I got to make sure I don't miss any of my key points. And so today, I really wanted to shine a light on the painful truth about the foundation of law enforcement as well as the correctional system, and how they all tie back to racism, and the truth that we must confront if we're going to build a just and a more equitable future. And so, law enforcement in America traces its roots back to slave patrols, right? And so, whose sole purpose was to hunt down and control enslaved black people. These patrols laid the foundation for policing as we know it today. And this system was designed not to protect everyone equally, but to enforce racial discriminations and keeping this system in place. And so after slavery ended, the same ideology was repurposed through convict leasing, the Jim Crow laws, and mass incarceration, which you see on my shirt, we got to get rid of.
Right.
And so targeting black communities and stripping them of their rights and humanity. So groups like the KKK, born out of the same desire to oppress, found natural allies in these systems. And so throughout history, many KKK members infiltrated police forces, sheriff offices, as well as correctional facilities, using their positions to power and to continue to allow this violence and terror and systematic racism to take place.
They're hide in plain sight.
Right in plain sight, brother, every single day. And so these aren't just historical facts. This influence lingers today. And these policies, and that's what I really want to highlight, policies are the things we really need to focus on change. Because one thing for certain, no group is filled of all good people or all bad people. And the blessing that we seen in this particular incident was those cameras. Without those cameras, and although they weren't activated properly, without those cameras, we're not here today. We don't even hear about Mr. Rooks at all, right? And so it's important for us to continue to stress the importance of policy change. It's important for us to all go out there and talk to our elected officials about making laws and bringing about positive change that will not only impact our incarcerated brothers and sisters, but also all of us here on the streets. And so I just want to thank you all for coming out here today. But remember, it doesn't just start in here with today. The real work starts with us going out here and holding our elected officials accountable for all of the things that they need to be doing. Thank you.
Your elected officials hold them accountable.
We want justice!
No
justice!
No peace!
No justice!
No peace!
No justice!
No peace!
You know that was coming. So, long line, I'm just going to keep it moving, keep it pushing. We do have demands. We do have policy demands. And as a matter of fact, some of us have been fighting for these policy demands for years. Back in 2020, we had 13 demands. We still calling for them. Coming to the mic, let me tell it. Don't give it up.
Hello? All right. Before I begin, I just want to give a moment of silence in the name of Robert Brooks. Everybody could please just bow their heads in a moment of silence and pay homage and respect for his life. So usually I too, like Trent, speak from the heart, but I felt the need to just write something to capture all of my points as well. So my name is Lameek Taylor, Albany, New York native, formerly incarcerated individual. I currently work for the New York State Youth Justice Institute as a senior technical assistance and training specialist and urban grief as a restorative justice peer. So just to begin, the conditions and treatment in America's correctional facilities reflect this society's values. And the tragic death of Robert Brooks
It's better than
shows
Venezuela.
that we have much work to do. Today,
Yeah, they need to be
we
in
are
like
gathered
hotels.
here to highlight that accountability is non-negotiable and that transparency and accountability within the prison system are necessary to prevent tragedies like this. Every life matters, regardless of circumstance. Incarcerated people are human beings with families, dreams, and the right to dignity and safety as anyone else. Sorry.
Just cover up! All you motherfucking Black Lives Matters, cover up everything I've been through! You motherfucker! You will die, you dumb motherfuckers! You fucking asshole! You two motherfuckers! Y'all cover up! Just get the fuck out of here! Yeah, that's right! Do like police do, motherfuckers! Yeah, right, cause you don't want to release... Yeah, fuck y'all! Come on, get the fuck! Why you don't want to hear our shit? You don't want to hear our shit? Huh? Okay,
No distractions. No distractions. We here for a reason. No distractions. Stay focused on why we here to change the fucking shit that's happening in our community. Stay focused. Stay focused. No distractions. That's not the police.
Every life matters,
Every life matters.
regardless of circumstance. Incarcerated people are human beings with families, dreams, and the same right to dignity and safety as anyone else. This is not an isolated event.
That's right.
It is part of a systemic problem that disregards the rights and lives of incarcerated
Awesome.
people, most of whom are black and brown. So we demand actionable responses, such as independent oversight of correctional facilities to ensure that incidents like this are investigated transparently and justly. We demand legislation mandating the activation of body cameras during all interactions between officers and incarcerated individuals with severe penalties for violations.
What?
And cameras in the building.
We demand mandatory de-escalation and mental health training for correctional officers to prevent unnecessary violence, but most importantly, adequate access to mental health services for incarcerated people especially after experiencing atrocities like these. We demand support for families impacted by these tragedies.
You're not allowed to leave,
the
Simon.
amplification of their voices and the allocation of resources to help them fight for justice. Let us not let this rally end here. Join local organizations such as all of us to continue advocating for change and holding the system accountable. Call your legislators and demand they address this issue. Together, we can push for changes that prioritize humanity and justice for all, including those incarcerated within the prison system. Thank you.
We know what pain looks like. I'm going to remind people here of things. It's been a while since we've been outside, but as a reminder, opposition sometimes comes from within. It's not always intentional, but what we do is we focus our energy where we focus our energy. That's right. And if
opposition comes from within. Why is it a black woman?
Energy of the event that's happening today, then it will be called a count to.
Interesting. It's a black woman giving them shit.
There's trauma that is faced by incarcerated people across New York State and across this country. Men, women, in all walks of life behind the wall are facing trauma and pain and injustice. And I'm happy to introduce Ronnie Minter to speak right now. And that's who we're listening to, is Ronnie Minter right now.
Oh, I'm listening to the lady in the background. Don't tell me who the fuck I'm listening to. The fuck are you? Smile more.
And I'm the founder of Sister Children Old Wounds and the Freedom of Shackled Coalition. I'm also a leader with the Poor People's Campaign and the Releasing Asian People in Prison campaign. But today I'm here as a formerly incarcerated woman. I was staying here, okay, I'm sitting, all right, but I'm here today
Speaking through the pain.
I can't watch that video. I can't watch that video. And the reason why I can't watch that video is because that video plays in my head every single night. I don't need to see that video to know what they did to that boy. Robert Brooks.
What do you mean, lady? You're just gonna take the word for everybody and burn the buildings.
Stop women who are 5'1".
They don't need an excuse.
That those
They want to burn shit.
You would know what I'm talking about. So I don't need to see a video. What I need to see is
Because the white man has everything and they have nothing.
And stop announcing that they're coming for accreditations. Stop telling them that they're coming and go show up at those admin buildings and walk through those facilities. What I need is for the Inspector General's office to show up at Albion, Bedford, and every other facility that house men and women. What I need also is for women to stop being a forgotten population in all of this. Because we are getting beaten too. What I had the other night was a formerly incarcerated woman called me screaming on the phone because she's so traumatized by what happened to her, the beating that happened to her. Because that could have been her. It's just that the hit didn't go the right place to kill her. What I need is for the culture of corrections to be uprooted and reimagined. They cannot continue.
Make it more comfortable in jail so that they don't mind going. That's the ticket.
They know how not to kill.
Make it sweet.
They know how not to kill.
Give them padded cups with little furry stuff, like the sex cups.
Give them
the metal cups.
Raping and murdering us.
The rubber cups.
What I also need is for them to take seriously that bill that Senator Salazar has, so they can pass that bill to take docs away from investigating themselves and put it in the hand of an outside entity. How in the hell am I supposed to maybe send a grievance against Officer Side when his brother is the deputy security? How am I going to tell on Mr. So-and-so when his wife is upstairs? How am I going to sit in solitary housing unit unit with a wife that's mad because my friend is sleeping with her husband. That's what's happening in those prisons. And it's not just the prisons. I need us to think. It's the city jails and the county jails. I have watched them beat the hell out of women in Nassau County Jail, in Albany County Jail. It's happening everywhere. So please, as we uplift the murder of Robert Brooks, let's remember that there's someone right now getting raped, getting beaten, and damn near killed. Thank you.
Right now.
Every second of every day, there's a raping in the prisons, in the jails. Every second, it's happening right now. And right now, it's still happening. Oh, there's somebody else it's happening to. Oh, there's somebody else. Fuck out of here. Lady, she's crazy. Always happening. I bet some of them want it, and then they say that the guard raped them so that they can get out of jail early or some shit, hopefully. Hey, I've seen Orange is the New Black.
Overhaul New York's racist and unjust sentencing laws and bring our loved ones home. While accountability must include the firing of those who murdered Robert Brooks, it can't stop there. Y'all heard what Ronnie said. She's not playing. Robert Brooks' murder is not an isolated incident. It epitomizes a system that thrives on perpetual punishment. New York's sentencing laws have fueled mass incarceration and torn black and brown families apart for generations, leading to over 30,000 people languishing in these violent institutions. By orienting our prison system towards endless punishment rather than transformation, because the prison is not meant to rehabilitate anybody.
How are they supposed to rehabilitate these people?
Laws seed more violence and harm in a country that was founded on violence. We need to pass the rights behind bars, which addresses long-standing human rights, including restoring care packages, enhancing visits with loved ones, stopping violations of the halt solitary law, addressing officer brutality.
Africa was much more docile.
When we say law enforcement, we mean all law enforcement.
They were eating each other in some places.
Down the street,
Out of here.
blocking the road, and the ones behind the wall.
That's right.
It was said, and we need to say it again, conduct a thorough, independent investigation of all incidences and accusations of abuse inside our prisons and jails, and create an independent oversight board that includes incarcerated and formerly incarcerated people. Stop asking cops to investigate cops. And with that, I'll turn it over to Tamar Cancer from Center for Community Alternatives.
Good morning, everybody. I want to thank all y'all, first and foremost. I want to thank all of y'all for showing up, because we've been doing work in the city, and sometimes it feels, you can be a bit frustrated with the turnout, but I'm glad we up early this morning ready to fight. So,
Early? They're in New York.
Accountability and transparency. Justice impacted people.
11:45 there.
Accountable people. When you do that time, we're being held accountable for the wrongs that we did in society.
Absolutely.
They're so fucking early. This guy.
Got all these what
they normally do during the day.
Accountable. The irony here is that Doc
Put Simon suit up.
is supposed to be, the wardens of society, the protectors and all of that. Why is it so difficult for accountability when it's the shoes on the other foot, right? So, transparency. We heard the list of demands that we want. My sister, Amit Nixon.
Thank you.
Murder has no statute of limitations.
Absolutely.
Press, we're going to fight for Amit. We're going to fight for all the other people who have mysteriously died in Doc's custody. Murder has no statute of limitations. That's right. We're having rallies. January, Tanya, what's the actual date for Communities Not Cages?
February 4th.
February 4th. We are uniting down at the Capitol. Please bring your brothers, bring your uncles, bring your daddies, bring your sons, bring everybody. We want to show up in force. But I repeat, murder has no statute of limitations. October 22nd, 2 people mysteriously died in another prison, hours apart. Right? In Elmira, hours apart. In all these jails, I hear people in Fishkill, somebody in Fishkill died mysteriously. Murder, your son. I'm me. Murder has no statute of limitations. I want to fight. I'm here to fight. We're going to learn how to fight. Accountability, transparency is the least. Everybody involved with that should be terminated and probably charged, prosecuted. This is what we want. And the way we get it, the people who represent us, the people who represent us, we want to hold them accountable. They work for us. They work for y'all. They work for y'all. So let's fight. Let's fight. Tell your peoples to be at the Capitol on February 4th. And we gonna fight. Peace, y'all. Thank y'all for being here.
There's a piece of paper flying around here that's got a QR code on it. If you have it, make sure that you scan the QR code because it is a petition to the governor putting her on notice. It also is your access point for all those upcoming events. I'm not expecting everybody to remember everything that's said today, but you can scan the QR code and sign a petition and then be on the email list to find out not just about February 4th, because this is a Capital District problem, right? Right. Albany, Schenectady, Troy, Saratoga. We're in Schenectady in January. MLK Day is coming up and we're going to reclaim it. Reclaim it for what it is, not what they try to tell us what it is. Right. So y'all make sure you keep passing around that QR code, sign the petition to the governor, and now we're going to welcome up Assembly Member-elect Gabriela Romero.
Hi, thank you. Hi, everyone. So my name is Gabriela Romero. I'm the incoming Assembly member for the 109th Assembly District, the first Latina elected to upstate New York, if you can believe that. And I'm a public defender, ready to fight for you. And this shit right here gets me very fired up. I'm here to say that I'm disturbed, I'm horrified, I'm disgusted, but I'm not surprised. And those of us familiar with the criminal legal system know that these abuses happen in the corners and the dark spaces of prisons for years. It's body cameras that are turned off, it's cameras that are about malfunctions, we've heard it all, recordings are lost. You know, what happened to Mr. Brooks is horrifying and disturbing, but don't get it twisted, it is in no way new to many of us. And it's the abuse of Mr. Robert Brooks at the Marcy Correctional Facility, this disturbing and intense, terrible abuse and murder is a glaring example of what happens when accountability is ignored. Right? It's what happens when abuse is allowed to fester in systems that are meant to uphold justice. It's meant to uphold justice. It's supposed to be a system of rehabilitation. And I'm putting that in quotes. I want that to be super clear for those in the back. Those of us that are familiar with this know that the system is meant to be rehabilitative, but it's not. There's so many different bills right now that are trying to help and actually rehabilitate people, that are meant to be one that's supposed to be how can we help someone that commits a crime actually address the root causes of that actual behavior? How are we supposed to help people? How are we supposed to actually address the behavior? How are we supposed to actually put people back on their feet? This is something that is so deep to my heart and one that I actually want to address, whether it's the disgusting and intense situation of DSS. If you walk into DSS, it's destabilizing. It's scary. It makes no sense. It's a maze. That's just one thing, and I'm getting beyond it. But these systems, these governmental systems, do not work for us. Say that, Gabriella. I'm getting beyond today. But correction officers take an oath to uphold the law, to serve with integrity, and to treat those in their care with basic humanity. But when they abuse their power, they abuse that oath. They harm individuals, but they also abuse the entire system. They abuse the governmental system. and they betray the work of the officers that actually do take their roles seriously. My parents actually worked for docks. They were lifelong docks employees, and they actually did care. And I want everyone here to know that they did care. And there are people that do care, but the people in those videos are evil. They're evil.
Well, it's spade is spade. And the ones that stood by and didn't say anything.
Absolutely. And the people that were silent are also evil, and they deserve to be held to justice as well.
And the nurses.
Absolutely. I support Governor Hochul's swift action to terminate the officers that were involved. We need full investigation, not only to those that carried out the abuse, but to those that stood silent and allowed it to happen. Those that stood silent are accountable as well. Those that stood silent and allowed it to happen are fully accountable for the death and the murder of Mr. Brooks. Silence in the face of wrongdoing is accountability as well. Is not accountability, it's complicity. Accountability at all levels is the only way that we can begin to rebuild trust. And that starts by firing, but that also starts by what is next by your elected officials, me.
Arrested. Arrested.
They need to be arrested, but what can be next at the legislative level? How can we change our governmental systems?
Work together.
This fight is not just about Robert Brooks. It's about every single person that has been failed by a system that was supposed to protect them. It is about making sure that this never happens again. It is about justice that needs to be served. Accountability must be enforced, and we all, everyone here, needs to demand that the correctional system lives up to the values that it's supposed to be standing for.
Amen.
What is the correctional system? What does that mean?
Us.
What is it? I'm here and I'm elected, but I am nothing without everyone here. I am nothing without you. I am nothing. I am nothing without every single person here. I want you all to remember that. I remember that too. And I am grateful as an elected official that every single person is here and that you all care about this, because I care deeply about these things. I'm a public defender. I care about the criminal legal system. I care about reforming these things. I'm here because I care about it. I care deeply that you all care about this as well. And so when I need to make a really hard vote that's going to be really controversial and is going to try and reform this system, I need every single person here to also be supporting me, because these votes are really hard, and I need every single person here to also be supporting me when I need to make that hard vote. And I hope to have your support as well when I'm at those press conferences and when I'm up for re-election as well, because these things take a lot of power and a lot of powerful people behind me that won't support it. Hell yeah we do.
We got to make sure everybody be accountable, because the correctional officers that did this, they should be arrested and put in there with the people they beat on.
It's not just Mr. Brooks.
It's not just fun.
It's not just Mr. Brooks. It's not just Mr. Brooks. It's Amit Nixon. It's not just Mr. Brooks. Thank you everyone for being here. There's much more work to do, not just next year, but in the 5 years and in 10 years. So let's keep it going.
Put them in there with them that they beat up. Stop trying to cover this shit up.
So we are fully aware, and we'll continue to say that we know that there are so many names, that we're here because the media paid attention to Robert Brooks, but we are going to lift up the names of every individual that has been beaten, abused, raped, killed, mistreated, denied basic humanity behind the wall. Every single one of them.
No one left behind.
The name of Robert Brooks got us here today. He stands, unfortunately, as a martyr for everybody else whose name has not yet been said. And yes, there are policies and laws that need to be changed. And we need elected officials that are going to stand up and be supported to do it. It's going to take pressure both inside and outside. Because trust me, 1 elected official, 2 elected officials, 3 elected officials, I feel like the Count on Sesame Street. Ha 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 ha. But we need them too.
Be held accountable.
And so I'm going to ask us to listen to every voice, because we have more people that are going to speak and talk about the need for justice. And we're going to give them their respect due, because they're standing here with us. And we all want to be heard. It's not one of us, it's all of us.
Yes, right. A lot of them in.
And so I'm calling up next, representing Senator Julia Salazar's office, Mark Mishler, to speak on her behalf.
Mark said you're all the lynchers today. Got the
Hello, everybody. So my name is Mark Mishler. I'm counsel to Senator Julia Salazar, who represents the 18th Senate District in Brooklyn and Queens. She's also, for the past 4 years, been the chair of the New York State Senate Committee that has oversight over correction. And she has spent an enormous amount of her time and resources and staff time in keeping track of complaints, visiting facilities, and pushing for legislation that would truly make a change. So I'm going to read a statement from Senator Salazar that she issued on Friday after she watched the video, which many of us also watched on Friday. This is Senator Salazar's statement from Friday. The video recordings that were made public today by the Office of the Attorney General depict unfathomable and lethal violence by docs, correctional officers, and staff against Robert Brooks, a man who was incarcerated in docs custody at Marcy Correctional Facility on December 9th. It should not even be possible for this to occur inside a New York State prison. Amen. The fact that this violence at the hands of state employees is happening in any New York State prison is a profound policy failure that demands immediate attention. There are several critical actions that must be taken to address the heinous and deadly violence that was inflicted upon Robert Brooks by docs, correction officers, and staff. Some actions have already been taken by Commissioner Marticello, Governor Hochul, the Office of the Attorney General, and the New York State Police, including the suspension without pay of all staff who were involved, the resignation of some staff, and ongoing independent investigations which have revealed the details we now have. We demand and fully expect all officers involved to be criminally charged for their respective roles in enabling and committing barbaric violence against Robert Brooks, ultimately killing him. We also must act swiftly to pass legislation to prevent this from ever happening again to another human being, and to fully hold accountable anyone who has contributed to the horrific violence in New York State prisons and jails. Marcy Correctional Facility cannot remain open. The brutal killing of Robert Brooks would be more than enough reason to demand the closure of Marcy. However, there have been additional previous reports of unconscionable violence against incarcerated individuals by staff at Marcy and at other docs facilities. My office has received these reports, and I've urged those with power to investigate these reports. As a state legislator, and particularly my capacity as chair of the New York State Senate Victims Crime and Punishment Committee over the past 4 years,
close it. Free everybody. Everybody out.
And my office's resources on trying to end the rampant violence of mass incarceration. I'm committed to continuing to pursue justice and urgent, necessary policy change through this work. I once again express my deep condolences.
This person's office is trying to get votes off of the idea that they're going to close this prison for these people. That's how I'm seeing this. They didn't even come out there personally. They sent representatives.
To the families and loved ones of Robert Brooks, whose death will not be in vain. I want to add, to echo what has already been said here today, that the ability of Senator Salazar to get this work done depends on the work of everybody who's here today, every organization, of demanding that your elected representatives, whether that's Assemblywoman-elect Romero
Hey, you want to see my water?
Fahey, or the other representatives from the Capital Region, and every other elected official on up to the governor recognize the evil that we see in those videos, which is not just the actual acts of violence, but those staff members standing by, including nurses, by the way, if you watch the video, who are standing by, watching what's happening, not intervening, and who are smiling. Now, what that tells us
He likes to look at my
is that
fingers
this was not an unusual incident.
after I cut the vegetables. He's licking the cucumber flavor and pepper flavor off of my fingers.
That's right.
Like she loves it. Look at her.
That's right.
That shit is crazy. I wish we could beat them up.
So we need those of us who work in the legislature.
You ever see anything like this?
To continue to speak up.
So-
There's someone
she's
else
so
saying inside and
unique,
outside
man.
game here. We are on the inside. We cannot get the work done that needs to get done without the pressure and activism and demands from the outside. Thank you all so much. Thank you to all of us.
I didn't even get anything with salt on my fingers. Like no olives, no like pickles. That's just, she likes the flavor of the vegetables.
My son is in that.
We know that it actually is impossible for us to hear from every single voice of those that are impacted right now. Because I know Danielle Williams was here. There's other moms that are here. There's a QR code that needs to be signed. As a reminder, there's a QR code to change the policies that we're talking about right now. Here in the city of Albany, the Center for Law and Justice has been doing the fight for justice for formerly incarcerated people for how many years, Deshaun? 40 years. 40 years. And while we are all heartbroken and upset, the only reason we get to be here right now is because the people that came before us fought before we did. And we get to stand here today to carry that torch forward, to carry that legacy forward. We have to carry the legacy of Dr. Alice Green forward, the legacy of Barbara Smith forward, the legacy of countless men and women forward that have been doing this work. And so Tashawn Murdoch is going to speak from the Center for Law and Justice.
So, can you say Robert Brooks? Can you say Amik Nixon? Can you say Robert Brooks? Amik Nixon? So let me tell you something. I'm not going to stand here and tell you right now. You're right, you did come to us 2 months ago, and Amik Nixon's name should be heard.
You should have said that name 2 months ago.
So here we go. What I'm going to say to you is that Dr. Green would not want us to focus on distractions. She would want us to...
There are a lot of distractions, though.
And so what I'm going to tell you is,
wow,
is I don't care about the 14 individuals that were fired. I want the individuals that run the Department of Corrections to resign today. Because if you could stand and allow the death of Amik Nixon or Robert Brooks or the abuse of other individuals, I can tell you right now that something needs to change in the Department of Corrections. She's absolutely right. Amik Nixon's mom came to me 2 months ago. And the truth is that unfortunately, because of the systems that are set in place, organizations like the Center for Law and Justice can't do the work we want to do, the work of making true change. OSI does not work. Families apply for OSI and other complaints, and those complaints fall on deaf ears. And so we need your support.
So apparently what I'm getting is there are family members of another inmate that died that are there, and they're pissed off at BLM for not coming out for their relative's death, but they're coming out for this one because it was, I guess it was more high profile or something. That's what I'm kind of getting from it. Yeah, anybody else getting that?
We
need community support.
Because they said that sometimes the opposition comes from within. So apparently these people were with them at one point, trying to get them to help them. They said that they sent a letter to him, trying to get them to help them with their thing, and they didn't. And that's why those are actually black people in the background that are saying "fuck you, BLM." I wish they would, dude. I wish there was a streamer there that could show us what's really going on with the opposition there.
Support, but we need legislative support. Robert Brooks.
Might be.
Thank you.
We know that this pain is real. We know that this pain is real. And it's important for us to hear those voices. We got 3 more speakers, and then we want to open it up for as many people as we can. We want to be able to
are they gonna let those people come in? They're gonna let those people talk.
If you can hear the sound of my voice, clap one time. Because this pain is real. We know the pain is real. And we want to hear as many voices as possible. So let's, Lukey, Terrell, if the 3 of you could come up here and pass it back to back. Lex, Lukey, and Terrell. And then we want to have as many people as possible to speak.
All right, thank you for everybody for coming here. Unfortunately, we have to be under these situations, under these circumstances, watching another murder on TV, another murder on our phones, another lynching on our phones, TV screens. Meanwhile, these police are chilling at home with their family right now. These COs are at home with their family and loved ones, probably getting some therapy, getting some treatment, getting some rehabilitation for them because they had so much trauma that they had to deal with, beating somebody to death for over 30 minutes. We can't stop speaking up. We can't stop being in the streets. We can't stop holding these public officials accountable for their actions. We can't stop letting them have peace, which we continue doing. In 2020, there were thousands of people when they watched George Floyd in the middle of the streets. Right now, we can't even get 500 people in the streets for Robert Brooks. That ain't right.
Here we go.
We are rats in juvenile facilities, DFY facilities, children. This is where it starts. It starts with children getting beat by the COs, getting abused by the COs, getting raped by the COs, getting set up by the COs, getting added time on when you get beat on by the COs. And we say, fuck that. We're too nice. We've been too quiet. We've been too complacent with the abuse that's happened to our family and our community members. And we say no more. No more. When we watch the video, you see these police comfortable. They weren't nervous. They weren't looking around their back to see if anyone's watching. They didn't care. And this is what they do every day. These are isolated situations. That happen every day. And when the cameras are off, cameras ain't rolling, people are getting their heads beat in. The governor tries to water it down and say, this is an isolated situation. The CEOs are good. They're here for their safety. Bullshit. We continue to see them act with impunity, move because of what? Qualified immunity. Qualified immunity and qualified immunity. Without the ending of qualified immunity, none of these changes are going to happen. We can scream in the streets, we can burn shit down, we can try to build new systems, but they will still come through with qualified immunity and bail out their brothers. They will still be able to move with impunity. They will still be able to abuse people. They will still be able to help with no responsibility whatsoever. Take away qualified immunity, have them have to pay for these bills, pay for their lawyers, pay for
these lawsuits and then see how the abuse starts to trickle down and slows down. Build a new system that wasn't created out of slavery. The 13th Amendment was set up to enslave black and brown people. What are they doing? Exactly what it was meant to do. So there's no rehabilitating, there's no reform for this system. Abolish the police system. Abolish the prison system. Abolish the jail system. Create something new. Create a community-led project that actually restores people's rights, restores people's justice, restores people's place in the community. Create something that actually goes after what people have problems with. That means creating solutions. Creating solutions to not have it happen again. No recidivism. That happens when there's nothing set up. You get out of prison, you end up on parole. You end up on probation.
Yeah, they shouldn't be on anything. Give them a house.
With no resources.
Give them money and a house.
No money, no rights.
Reparations for being locked up.
That ain't right.
That's when you go to, dude, shut the that's why you go to non-profit organizations that'll put you up in a place, that'll give you room and board, that'll give you, like, it's the same thing for fucking homeless people, dude. Why should prisoners have more rights than homeless people? Stupid.
They expect you to watch your family starve while you sit on your ass. They expect you to sit back and be quiet. They sit back and be silent. We ain't.
We sure the fuck ain't.
2020 was not just a fad. The revolution started again. Now reinvigorate.
See?
We must bring that same energy to 2025.
This is what I was talking about, dude. They are trying to make the George Floyd movement shit happen again because the Dems are in administration now, and the Dems are going to make it happen. They're going to help it happen, and they're already doing that. By, what was it, they did, dude, just the other day they did something and I was like, dude, why would they do that? Oh, they were telling people to start using Signal and Telegram because the Chinese have gotten into our systems, and it's better just to do that if you don't want to be tracked. They're telling people that don't have any clue what Telegram and Signal is how to communicate without the government seeing what you're talking about. Why would they do that right before it's a change of hands for the, like, I don't know, man. Whatever. The government doesn't normally want us to be able to communicate secretly to one another, but they do now all of a sudden, and they're pushing this shit all of a sudden, and we might have a pandemic from the bird flu. It's mutating. And we got the RSV, we got the whooping cough, we got the trifecta. No, it's quadruple fecta. There's 4 different things apparently that are happening as far as viruses and bacteria that you have to watch out for. Like, what in the hell? It's such a repeat of history from 4 years ago, or I don't know, from 8 years ago. Because they didn't do it instantly when Trump went into office. They waited a while, but now that they know that this shit'll work, they're doing it early.
Trump was in office, whether Kamala was in office, this shit was still happening, right?
That's right.
Biden's in office right now, right?
And it's still happening.
Is he condemning these murders?
No.
He remains silent.
That's right.
Kathy Hochul, fire people. Why are they not in jail?
Right.
When we do something, we break a law, we go to jail.
Go to prison.
Why are they held in a different regard than we are? Bullshit.
Fuck out of here.
So more about money than it is color, though.
We demand that these officers be indicted and arrested immediately. Governor Hochul and the AG should be pushing for them to be arrested immediately. No bail. No bail. These people talk about that the people who are incarcerated are murderers and animals. The people who are watching over them are animals.
Like they
no sense at all of training, a de-escalation training that's going to change these animals. We have to abolish these people. We have to have them be held to the highest extent of the law, because unfortunately that's the only sense of justice we have. We must abolish.
Dude, look at this shit. Commercial break. We're gonna go back to that. This cop slashes the tires of this car so that you can't get away. Oh, it's kind of small. Right there, he got him. Got that one. Boom.
Nah, her axle broke. Oh, you know, he can't go nowhere. Yeah, that's a girl. That's a girl. Yeah, she's going crazy over these. She's trying to go crazy for Monacos, man.
Oh, he popped all 4 of them.
Yeah, she's still trying to go. Look.
I've never seen a cop slash tires like that. Well,
I'm gonna go get that shoe.
what kind of knife he used? Man, they leaked fast.
Oh, that shit crazy.
Man, that works pretty good.
Holy shit.
Why does he think it's so funny though? That's what's weird. Why does he think it's so funny? He thinks it's the funniest thing he's ever seen. Like, somebody could seriously get hurt right here. Somebody could die from that, and he thinks it's hilarious. That's the most alarming thing about this. All that. Oh, maybe this is his channel. He goes around following police and laughing about shit they do constantly. About people they're doing. I don't know. I'm not really fond of the police chasers so much. It's not like they think that they're doing like the public a service or something, but I'm just imagining myself getting fucking arrested and them showing up. I wouldn't be happy about it. Like, what are you doing, dude? Get the fuck out of my face. Like, really? You're gonna put me on blast on the entire like internet for people to see me? I can't ever erase that. Why are you gonna do that to me? It's bad enough people can FOIA request body cam shit if you're high profile or whatever, or you know, if your case is extraordinarily retarded, somebody might want to put it on YouTube. But like, they show up to every little thing that happens in their town, like the San Bernardino police chasers. Like, you get in a fight with your girlfriend, the cops got you on the curb because you got a little domestic, and they'll be out there. They'll have the call, and they'll know exactly why you're out there. They're putting you on blast for it in front of the whole city. Like, fuck them, dude. They're worse than ambulance chasing lawyers. I've never really been fond of those streamers. Because I've been locked up before, you know? Like, the people that have never been locked up before, they're probably the ones that like that shit the most. But to somebody who's been locked up, I don't know. I'll take relish, or I don't relish the sight of seeing other people get locked up or fucked with by the cops. Cops the show, though, that's a different story, dude. Cops the show, I guess what was different about that is there was production value to it, in a way. Like, there was, like, you knew you were going to be seeing some wild shit on there. Usually, it wasn't just like, there were the prostitute stings. Those are pretty crazy. Cops gave people an inside view of what it was like being a cop. Ambulance chasers or the cop chasers don't give you that. I don't think they. As a cop, you know, he'd give you the little monologue at the beginning as he was going to a thing, tell you a little bit about his life, who he is. You get to learn about them and see how they interact with society. See how the different cops' personalities, and if he was an asshole or if he, you know, if he was a cool cop, you know what I mean? You would see more like you'd see more the inside of the situation. But these chasers, you don't really see anything except for the outside view. You don't really hear what the cops are saying to each other, or because dude, I can go on a cops bender. I just start one after another. I've done that. I've seen almost every one of them. Because it gives me an idea of the psychology of a cop more so than just seeing, hey, we got another guy, another dumbass over here getting arrested. Because oftentimes these police chasers are like that. They look down on the people that are getting arrested as if it can't ever happen to them. Oh, and another one that really gets me are the streamers. The Scientology streamers. So many live streamers now are just fucking annoying. Dude. Oh yeah, we got these people again. Don't forget.
The goddamn system.
That doesn't matter, man.
Keep coming out. Keep speaking up. Don't remain silent. Don't be complacent with murder. Don't be complacent. Don't let them have you only focus on Gaza. When meanwhile, people are getting killed right here in our country every single day.
Domestic terrorism.
Terrorism is happening right
Agree on
on
something.
doorsteps. And they continue to do that and exploit our bodies, our black and brown and poor people. Well, they expect us to remain silent. So keep showing up, keep turning up, show up to city council meetings, show up in the streets, show up to these officials' houses, show up to these officials' doors, show up to city halls.
Vote them out if they don't listen.
And that's it. That's all I have to say. Fuck 12.
Fuck 12.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lukey Forbes, and I'm the executive director of We Are Revolutionary. Now, I wrote a speech out that I was going to read, but there's no reason for me to read that. As I'm sitting here and I'm listening to this crowd, I understand as a directly impacted person, I once was in not only the prison system, but I went from the juvenile system to the county jail system to the prison system. And I watched as there are beat-up squads in every single last one of those facilities and of those industries. And in every single last one of them, they have a thing in common. Every single last one of them, everyone who works there knows what's going on. They know when that pin gets pulled and Billy and Bob is the one who responds to that with those leather gloves on their hands, people are going to end up broken. And when they end up at the nurse's office, after traveling through the hallway, it is a part of her job to cover it up. When they get transferred to the box, those officers working in the box, all the brass involved in the paperwork and the transferring of these inmates help cover it stir it up. And when you have an organization of people who are working together to commit crime, that sounds like a RICO to me. It sounds like it sounds like organized crime.
Overwhelmed.
It sounds like organized crime that continuously happens in our prisons, in our jails, in our juvenile facilities. If a 15-year-old is upset because he was not able to talk to his mother who is dying, it is a possibility that he will not only get jumped by multiple grown men, he'll be slammed on the floor, rubbed into the carpet, given a rub burn. And charged. And charged. We watch as in maximum facilities where inmates are on lockdown from 23 and 1. They have more assaults on inmates in these facilities where they have less contact with officers. That means officers are intentionally going into their cells, assaulting them, and ending up assaulted themselves. Right now, docs, if an inmate yells at an officer, it is considered an assault. So if you yell at an officer and now are beaten or to death in incidences like Dante McDay, one of the reasons why we call on the ending of qualified immunity, it will be ignored, it will be covered up, it will be hidden by these people who work together, who orchestrate this crime of murder together throughout all these facilities. Kathy Hochul knows. Every governor who was in place before her knows. Andrew Cuomo knew. There is not a brass who goes into any jail that does not know who's on his beat-up squad. Because that's the officer who has all the grievances, multiple charges. That's the officer who, once he grabbed those gloves, he is thirsting to go over to respond. He leaves his unit to respond. It is sick, the system that we see that is allowed. And in this time, we are living in a weird year in 2024. We watched as Daniel Penny killed a homeless man. We watched as Luigi killed a wealthy man. The society called for Daniel Penny to be given life, but he was set free. He was invited to a football game by our now elected president. He is being paraded just like Kyle Rittenhouse. And we are watching as our system parades these individuals who kill poor people, who harm poor people. And we're constantly heard when a person gets shot by a cop, what did they do? And these incidences where we can ignore murder happening, what is society saying about Luigi though? Society is not saying the same thing as these CEOs. It is not saying the same thing as our governor, who will act in the instant to call a meeting with 200 CEOs, their security guards, so they could create a hotline for them. There was no hotline made when homeless people were being targeted in the streets and gunned down and murdered.
Say that right.
There was no hotline. There was no immediate action. There was no fund put together to help the people who live in our state, to help our residents, to help our people. They ignored it. They said it was their fault.
Not a finger.
It was all pointed at the poor people, the working people. It was their fault. And what we're watching as these 14 individuals did finisher moves. And if you're not familiar with a finisher move is, play Mortal Kombat. They'll pause the game towards the end when it's over, and you can do whatever combination you want to do. And that's what a finisher move is. And when this man was cuffed, when he was being held down by their peers, they each tried a move they would not do if he was uncuffed by himself. And they were fighting one-on-one alone. They did finisher moves. They did disgusting things. They did horrible acts of power, of control. And we watch as people in power have done disgusting things for power and control. They used to use guillotines for punishment. They'll have everyone come out and watch as they behead someone and let them know that that could be you next. When they had the bull that they would put people in and set it on fire, and they had the howls, the screams coming through that bull's nose, they had the town listen to know that you can be next. Every inmate that hears the walls rumble and the sounds of a grown man screaming or a grown woman screaming, knowing that they could be next, is the same trauma that we have been dealing with for ages under the hands of people in power, and they make it seem as if it's okay. I'm a historian, so please forgive me if I see history in the actions that we are repeating. The KKK was once a political party. There were judges, district attorneys, sheriffs.
They still are.
Nothing changed about that. These violent people who do violent acts, who act as if they are trying to create safety, they're not. We need to be real. And if we're going to be real, we're just not asking for an indictment on these officers. We're asking for a RICO on everyone involved. But that's just me, if you ask me.
Across New York State.
That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Louder, Dad.
My name is Terrell Overton. I'm the co-founder of Pillars of Promise. And I'm also Justice Impacted, and I've been home for 7 months. I have prepared remarks today also like Lukey, but...
Okay.
The fact of the matter is that I knew Amit Nielsen. I knew Amit personally. I'm seeing these posters come out. It's just driving me crazy to understand, like, how did we get here? But I understand though how we got here, because what's done in the dark is coming to light. That's right. All right. DOC is complicit. OSI is complicit.
That's right.
The commissioner, complicit.
Yep.
Every single last officer, no matter if they're good or bad, are complicit. Integrity is doing the right thing, even when no one's looking. There were sergeants present. No one said nothing. Officers present. No one said nothing. Nurses present. No one said nothing. This man begged for his life. These are things that I hear every day while I was in the system. For 22 years, I was a grievance rep. Guys came to me and said they assaulted me. I took that to other officers and I took that to other people in the prisons, and they called us liars. We here today because there was a martyr that got murdered. A martyr. There were several before him that nobody even said anything about because they never saw it. It's clear. It's in our faces. We see it. What are we going to do about it? What can we do about it?
The right thing. Speak up.
What are they going to do about it?
That's right.
I've seen this too many times. Best friends, enemies. Everybody got one thing in common. Them. Those voices that's in there are silent. Nobody can speak for them but us. Nobody. So when I come here today, I speak for the people. I speak for the people. The people. I speak for the people. I apologize. I speak for the people. I speak for everybody, all 30,000 of those people that are locked in prison right now.
That's right.
9 million. 130.
I'm sitting here with tears in my eyes right now because I feel every single hit, every single attack, every single ration that man took when they tried to stick a shoe in his mouth to shut him up.
That's right. Pure evil.
Then the finishing move that Lukey was speaking of was to put his foot on his neck. This is aching to George Floyd and everybody else that came before him. We made a big deal then, we have to make a big deal now. They went to jail then, they got to go to jail now. Now. Because if that was 14 prisoners that jumped one officer and killed them, we've been indicted a week ago.
That's right. That's right.
Full of shit here.
A week ago.
Yeah, you too, bitch.
And we would have been indicted with first-degree murder. First-degree murder. This is more than just a state charge.
The judge says us to get
What you watched on TV was a civil rights violation. There was no humans involved that day. No humans involved. That's what officers say when somebody's off the count, that there's no humans involved. But there was a human involved. There was a human involved. Every day in the Department of Corrections, there's a human involved when they are assaulted. When we asking the governor for, we asking the governor to break up your gang.
They ain't gonna do that.
You serious?
Why would they do that?
Break up your gang. But they ain't gonna do that because they get rich. So we gotta be out here in the street and we gotta fight. So we demand people pass the Second Look Act so we can bring our people home. We demand people pass the Marvin Mayfield Act so that we can bring our people home. We demand that they pass the Earns Our Time Act so that we can bring our people home. So that when they don't have nobody in there, they can do exactly what they're doing right now. They can hide everything that they're doing because they'll be doing it to themselves. Peace.
We've got a number of people where we're doing an open mic because we know that there's a lot of voices, there's a lot of people that have things to say. I want to remind everybody, we're talking about cops. Whether they are behind the wall or in our streets, we are talking about cops. So if there's anybody here that supports the police, you at the wrong rally. You at the wrong rally if you support the cops, just a heads up. But this mother that's standing behind me, so many other people need to be heard. And we're going to hear as many as we can. First, a reminder, today is not the only day. Today can't be the only day you show up. Today can't be the only day you sign a petition. Today can't be the only day you tag somebody on Facebook.
Okay.
Don't you just take your damn picture and be like, I was at the rally. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'll call you in. I won't call you out, but I'm going to call you. But these mothers, these family members need to be heard, and we're going to give them space to be heard today, as many as we can. We're here for everybody, right? We're here for each other?
Yeah.
We're here for justice?
Yeah.
And freedom?
Yeah.
And liberation?
Yeah.
And the humanity of every single individual behind the wall.
That's right.
Come on, Mama.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jackie Powell. My name is Jackie Powell, and I'm here for my sister, Lori Willis. Her son, Amik Nixon, was murdered 2 months ago. And I was out here walking these streets. We went to a lot of leaders, and nobody gave us any help. But that's neither here or there. I'm saying this. Black men have been big business since slavery, the end of slavery. They round them up, lock them up, so they can get free labor.
Say that. Say that.
If you Google how much they give for an inmate a year, from $50,000 to $100,000 a year, they're not putting that money in the school system. Not at all. Okay? Because they think some of our kids is not going to make it. I'm sorry. I'm hurt, everybody. And we got to do more rallies like this. But we as black men and black women, we got to teach our youngs to do better. Stop disrespecting their teacher. They need that knowledge. They put our kids in the high school, let them
pass them.
Yeah.
They can't even read. Once you turn 21, hey, we did all we could do for you. You have to leave this school system. You done aged out. Stop it. When your child have a problem with another child, talk to them. Talk to the parents, but they'll argue and fighting. They need that education. I don't care if your kids make a 60 or 100. Once you get a felony, it's hard for you to work. It's
What the hell did I do to this?
Especially in the nursing
What is going on right
now? I'm just saying this. Again, no justice, no peace.
Like that the whole time?
Start with us. We got to stop depending on other people to do what we should be doing for ourselves.
Oh, it has been like this all
It
the
takes
time.
a village, okay? It takes a village. Me and this mother right here, we used to be out in the street telling them drug dealers, leave our sons alone. Leave our sons alone, not ours, and they respected that. You got to get back to respect. And we got to teach our youngs to do better. If your kid having a hard time in school, work with them and find someone that can. No child should be disrespecting an adult. That's what you for, their mother and their father. I'm saying let's pull together so our kids will wind up in jail. You got to hit them where it hurts. If the kids ain't going there, these men ain't going there, they're not making money off of us like they've been doing for 400 years. That's all I have to say.
We're making so much money. I gotta hear this in time. They're making so much money than manufacturing the license plates.
Many are set to participate in a challenge called Dry January, meaning no alcohol for the entire month. It's a way to start the new year on a more refreshed note. According to those surveyed, young adults ages 21 to 24 years old were the most successful in avoiding alcohol all month long. 35% in this age group finished the challenge. During Dry January, people often replace alcohol with something else. 22% of those surveyed replaced it with soda. 19% used cannabis. Others had mocktails, non-alcoholic beer, or kombucha, and 56% stuck to drinking only water. Here now is Dr. Taylor Wallace, CEO of the Think Healthy Group. Doctor, great to have you on for this. You know, this seems like a great idea, especially coming off the holidays. But let's start here. What does alcohol do to your overall
Maybe
health?
it's not a good idea.
Well, so long story short, we're not sure about moderate alcohol intake. We know that chronic overconsumption, meaning more than 2 drinks per day for men and 1 drink per day for women, can cause a whole host of different chronic diseases, such as certain types of cancer, heart disease, and anything that is oxidative or corrosive to the body. However, moderate alcohol take is a little bit less vague. We don't really have clinical trials that are long-term to really give us reliable information.
So if you do drink regularly and you're attempting a Dry January, what are some of the common roadblocks and how do you get over them to be successful?
Well, so it's like everything else in nutrition. Is it healthy? Well, it's healthy depending on what you compare it to. So like you said in your intro, if you're swapping it out with smoking cannabis or some other unhealthy habit,
shut up.
It depends. So there's, you know, it's very convoluted alcohol research. What I would say is Dry January should be a real reset for yourself. I use it as a time to kind of get back into the gym and get my diet straight, right? Because we all overindulge during the holiday season. And alcohol is part of that healthier lifestyle. So I think Dry January should really just be like an overall health reset.
Yeah, well, I certainly don't think you're alone. And according to this recent survey, Gen Z was the largest group to participate, but also the largest group to say they'll return to their normal drinking habits afterwards. So what are the benefits, say, to skipping out on at least a month of drinking, doctor?
Right. Well, depending on what you drink, alcohol can contain a wide variety of calories, right? So you got, for instance, low calories in like a light beer or a dry wine. And then when you get to cocktails, you can really doctor those up to have hundreds of calories if you think about something like a margarita or something that's got a lot of sugar into it. So the main thing is calories, right? Which we know contribute to weight gain and obesity, which is related to chronic
They'll just
disease.
eat more when they stop drinking
So
for a
I would
month.
say the main thing with alcohol is it contributes to your calorie load. And then, of course, there's the risk of overconsumption, which we know is detrimental to health.
Certainly. So we have about a minute left, but I wanted to ask you this as well. According to several studies, women are at greater risk for some of the negative effects of alcohol. Why so, and what are they?
Well, so the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine actually just came out with a report on this because the data is so fragmented and scattered, and it's all observational data. So keep this in mind.
See?
We can't ascertain causality. But
Men are
several
better.
Observational studies have shown in particular that women who consume alcohol are at a higher risk of breast cancer. Now, again, these are observational studies, so lots of things can confound this research, and if there is an increased risk, it's probably just a subtle increased risk. It also depends on, your background. Do you have the BRCA1 and BRCA2 genes that predispose you to breast cancer? Did you have a familial history? So lots of things go into play when it comes to these different chronic disease states. We know that women that tend to have children and who have breastfed have a lower risk of breast cancer, but they might be like me as well, where they tend to have an extra glass of wine because they have a 7-year-old running around the house.
Yeah, no judgment there. Hey, Dr. Taylor Wallace, thank you so much for the breakdown. Great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television.
Dude's actually an alcoholic. He's drunk right there. You just can't tell. How sour could this thing be? How sour could it be, man? I keep getting recommended this.
LA Beast here, and to end off 2024 strong, I plan on dominating something that I'm no stranger to, and that'd be taking on another World's Most Sour Challenge. From chugging a 6-pack of the world's most sour soda in record time, to devouring 2 whole lemons back in 2014 and absolutely crushing it when I tried to take down 102 slimes. All that I plan on doing right here, right now, made by the Black Death Candy Company, I'm going to take on the Mega Sour Challenge. And it says, challenge yourself to the most sour experience you'll ever have. Forget you. Now, when I went to the Black Death Candy website, the Mega Sour Challenge was all sold out. So what I had to do was go on eBay, and I purchased not 1, but 2 canisters of the Mega Sour Challenge for $99.
Whoa.
And in this specific canister, there are 7 different levels of sour, which go from the least sour, which is chili plosion, and then blue raspberry, rhubarb pie, red death, that sounds like fun, watermelon, zesty lemon, and then the Black Death Mega Sour Candy, which the Black Death Candy Company, they claim that it's the world's most sour candy in existence. There is a caution which reads, excessive consumption within a brief time frame may cause temporary mouth and or stomach irritation. And there is a warning which reads, not suitable for anyone under the age of 8 years old. And just a brief descriptor of what I'm about to expect. Dare to dip your taste buds into the electrifying world of extreme sour candies. You'll have the chance to rank them from least to most sour, earning your bragging rights as the undisputed sour champion. Our new Mega Sour Challenge awaits, daring you to test the limits of your taste buds and emerge victorious in the quest for sour supremacy. Are you ready to accept the challenge? Game on. And one final thing that I noticed as I was looking over the ingredients, I noticed words such as citric acid and malic acid, which is what makes these things sour. So without further ado, because I'm the LA Beast, I have zero doubt that I'm going to skate on by and dominate the Black Death Candy Mega Sour Challenge. Yes! LA Beast here, and I'm about to dominate the 7 layers of sour of the Black Death Candy Company Mega Sour Challenge. Have a good day. I have a second camera rolling. This is the chili plosion. And, you know, I'm gonna 7 measly little tiny things here. Chili plosion, LA Beast. That's not so bad. It's hot.
Oh. He's actually sucking on them.
My question is, who would want to consume these excessively? My assessment of the chili plosion, I guess there's chili powder in this. It's hot, probably like a jalapeno hot. The sour is there. Level 1, ding, complete. Alright, it's been about a minute. I can feel the heat on my tongue. And we're gonna head straight into the blue raspberry. Now, just like Jessie Spano from Saved by the Bell when she took too many caffeine pills on my t-shirt. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Blue raspberry. That was the least most sour chili plosion. Here we go. How sour can this be?
I didn't expect them to be so hard.
My face froze. My face froze. My cheeks hurt. It's not so bad. Honestly, I blacked out. I don't know where I was. My face was frozen. I felt like I was on a roller coaster ride. It's like you go all the way up to the top, and then it's like twists and turns. The past 20 seconds, like I didn't know what was going on, and then all the sour has gotten off of the blue raspberry. Now it's like a sweet candy. All right, the blue raspberry. I can feel the malic and citric acid slowly starting to take the top layer of my tongue off. But so far, not
I can't
so
even
bad.
eat shit like this anymore. It would flare me up.
This is rhubarb pie. I've never actually had rhubarb pie in my life, but you know what? We're gonna have it right now. Ow! Oh! It's burning my tongue.
It's burning.
It's not so bad.
Yeah, that's something I can eat. I watch other people eat it. I used to really like sour stuff, like warheads and ear jerkers.
Oh my god, okay. We got all the sour, and now... Huh. There was like gooey stuff inside of there. Yeah, the rhubarb pie, that's amazing that I can actually still taste whatever that tastes like. The one thing I can definitely say, whew, my teeth are brittle, and whatever the sour stuff they put around, it's like it increasingly feels like it's burning. There's like a burningness to it. Yep. Okay, cool. The one thing I can definitely say, it says, not suitable for anyone under the ages of 8 years old. I'm a 40-year-old man. Honestly, I don't think any small child should consume this product, in my opinion. So you know what? We're heading right to the middle of the pack here. With good old Red Death, I don't want to eat this. But you know what? Do it. The LA beasts don't feel sour. Oh, freaking pretty man. What? Huh? My mouth is numb.
Dude, the last one must just be like pure citric acid and other acid, malto or whatever, on the outside of it. It's like concentrated powder.
This is insane. This is insane. It was at this exact moment that I had to get my bearings straight. Oh my gosh. Okay. I feel like that starting off with the chili plosion, the spiciness from the chili powder
help the other stuff to absorb.
And then like when you start putting malic and citric acid on top of like a burning hot tongue, it's just like it's like a sizzle, a burning sizzle caused by sourness.
Yeah, but it hurts more because of
What am I doing? Before we head into the watermelon,
spice.
2 videos ago, I licked a 1700 layer jawbreaker down to the center core in one sitting. I was licking this thing for 4 hours. I would say that the Mega Sour Challenge already is worse. Now when it comes to just like beating up your tongue, the inside of your mouth, this is by far way worse than that. This is like ripping off a Band-Aid. I already know it's gonna burn like a campfire times 50.
And they're super expensive, probably because everybody's making YouTube videos with them.
I'm crying. There should be a tear in my eye. I'm crying. Oh my God, okay. You know, sometimes you just gotta hug yourself. You're doing a good job, Kevin. I can definitely say excessive consumption within a brief time frame may cause temporary mouth and or stomach irritation. I don't think any human being could consume these at a rapid, excessive pace. I just don't think it's physically possible. I feel totally fine. I'm gonna need a minute. I'm gonna need a minute before we go on to Zesty Lemon. I am the LA Beast, and this is the Zesty Lemon. I've made it through far worse things than eating a Zesty Lemon candy.
That bad, wow.
Wow. Wow. My mouth is like radiating with tingle. I think that's what it said. It said that in there somewhere. Hold on, let's see what it said.
Mouth will radiate with tingle.
Indulge in an electrifying burst of lemony intensity with the world's most sour candy. I legitimately am feeling lemony intensity in my mouth. It's like tingly. Whoa. There's like lemon juice inside of it. Wow. I'm gonna need some time. I'm gonna need like 2 minutes. Oh my God. No child should consume this product.
I'm wild. No wonder it's so expensive. Keep kids from buying it.
I am the LA Beast. And in my hands I have the Black Death, world's most sour candy, which I don't really want to eat right now. But I want to become the sour king of the internet by completing the Mega Sour Challenge. And so far, I'm regretting that I even started this. World's most sour candy. Is it true? Oh my God. Oh my God.
I wonder if it's bad for you, this stuff. Because like it's the body's natural reaction to not want it. Or having like really high doses of citric and malic acid are bad for them or something.
Wow. Oh. So in conclusion, as I just went through the 7 layers of sour hell, chili plosion, blue raspberry, rhubarb pie, red death, watermelon, zesty lemon, and black death, the world's most sour candy in the Mega Sour Challenge, my conclusion is, wasn't so bad. From the LA Beast. Have a good day. I'm not gonna be able to eat food for a week. Taste testing me, the lemon.
Now, because I ordered 2 canisters, I had to see what I was dealing with.
Oh my god.
So I tried the zesty lemon, and as you can see, it wasn't going well.
This is gonna be hard. This is gonna be a hard challenge. Oh my god, it's the lemon one.
And in a couple seconds here, my wife was alarmed.
Oh my god. Whoa. Whoa. My camera's charging. I taste tested one of the sour balls.
Okay, you scared me.
Oh, sorry. I was just documenting it. Oh man, that is sour. So you have the close-up shots. Now you have the close-up pictures on your phone. And you know what? Just for the record here. All right, zesty lemon is like second to worst. You're going in cocky and tough. I've eaten all these sour things before. How bad are these candies? Bad. So I'm going in cocky, and then like for each one, it's gonna like sour faces for each one. Yeah, and we have the close-up camera to the side. These are just the notes. Quick, easy. I don't know if I can do it.
That was a weird ending.
Mama didn't get fries?
Yeah, I got her comments.
Yeah, by the way, you're paying for this, EBT. Don't tell me you're not. I looked it up. It's called, had to figure out who pays for this.
I can't believe,
shall we?
Dude.
Let's just share it.
I actually can't believe that they let everyone. When I was on EBT back in the day, you could only buy cold food. At the grocery store, you could get the chicken, but you had to get the cold cooked chicken. You couldn't get the stuff that was still hot. And they changed that first here in California, and they started letting us get stuff at 7-Eleven. I remember we could get like the hot dogs at 7-Eleven, and they might even start letting us get the hot chicken. But this, I feel like this should only be allowed for people that are genuinely homeless. Because if you're not homeless, you got a place to cook your food, and you're wasting taxpayer money buying pre-prepared food at a fast food restaurant, right? But if you don't have a home, then yeah, I can understand you gotta eat, and you gotta eat. You can't cook. So yeah, they should make it so that if you have a home, your card doesn't work at this. It's that simple. You can, or they click it yes, click it no. It does or doesn't work for fast food places, depending on your homelessness status.
Because America is cooked. Let me get out of the way here. We are absolutely cooked. Seeing this just told me everything I need to
Because
see.
that's why
right?
they
Look at
started
this.
doing it. You know what I mean? That's why they opened it up for the hot food. It was for homeless people. It wasn't so people that, want a little bit of extra food every month. Or the way I see it, if you have 3 kids and you're using your food stamps on stuff like Burger King, you apparently don't need them food stamps as much as you're saying. Because someone who's really in need of those food stamps is going to be clipping out coupons. My mom clipped out coupons when I was a kid. She had a little book for it, and have them organized and shit. And she was spending my dad's money. But these people probably more than likely, maybe they're clipping out coupons for the Burger King. Maybe she doesn't do that every night. Maybe she just does it once a week. And that's not a big deal. You treat the kids, I don't know, some junk food, fast food once a week. I used to get that when I was a kid. It was kind of nice, a little treat. And to say that those families can't have that, that's kind of fucked up too. But if she's doing that every meal, that's a problem for me. Because he was fat as shit also, and that's the really horrible food to be feeding your kids all the time. And it's expensive.
Can use your EBT card for fast food because the fat one on the screen says it's cheaper to buy fast food. Yes, you can. Here are the states. Of course, not all states. Let me bring them up so you can believe me. Here are the states that allow it. So we'll get back to the fat one here.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Illinois, New York. Wow. Wow, man. These migrants are probably out there getting them in New York and here.
But can you wrap your mind around this? I deleted the fat one. Oh, God, I did it to myself. So here's the thing. The woman goes on to say, it's cheaper to buy food at Wendy's, average price. Don't eat that garbage. Too cheap and not eating garbage. The meal was like $12. She says, it's cheaper to buy Wendy's and feed my kid than it is to make food, right? Does that sound right to you? You see all the stir, Elon Musk, and all the billionaires who love the visa program? Of course they love the visa. You didn't read the fine print, son? Fine print. Hopefully you can hear me. Fine print being Republicans love the cheap labor, the campaign against the border. Democrats love it because it changes the census for redistricting. I mean, come on now. So we're paying for that fat woman to get fast food, and then let her pay for her diabetes. We are done. We are so done. All right, let's look at this one.
Today what we're going to do is we're going to shout, Free Palestine. Can I hear that? Free Palestine! If you're a drag queen and you know it, shout, Free Palestine! If you're a drag queen and you know it and you really...
This would be like the people, the small mustache people
What
can't
the
say it. I'm on
hell?
CensorTube or a small hat talking about free something with the schmatzis, right? How does this make sense? I can't find an analogy. I'm too stupid. Valley Families for Palestine, a drag queen story hour. Can we see the irony? Does irony exist? We're surrounded by morons. That's why I said America's done. Absolute dipshits. And now you see the thread about we're going to lose 2026. Are you joking? The midterms? Are you kidding? Of course, Elon Musk wants free indentured servants. You can stop the visa program and you will have no young doctors. Let me repeat that. No young doctors. My wife's a physician. She interviews the people who are coming in, these doctors, and I work with her. She works at a hospital system. 100% almost are all foreign trained doctors. Why, you may ask? So people say, people are lazy. No. Be a doctor, $500,000 you'll spend in your education. $500,000. Doctors had no raise. I know your insurance went up, but doctors didn't get paid. It was stolen in the middle. So if you don't get people that come from Egypt, Pakistan, India, their medical school paid for to be a resident here, get trained here.
Go get your medicine.
So this is not a solvable thing. We're going to stop all visas. I mean, what dipshit thought that was real? Did you think that was real for a second? I mean, come on. I'm being mean. I understand you don't see the complications here. But if you live in a small town, Parkersburg, West Virginia, go look at the medical staff at WVU. Like, why are they all like they're Pakistani Indian descent? Because they work in a low, wait for it, underserved area, and to get their visas, they have to stay there. You have no one to see your patients. It's by design. Medical school's $500,000, right? No one wants to go into it. It's outrageous. The pay sucks. Comparatively, for 12 years of her life, $500,000 in debt, good pay, but you have to pay $500,000. You don't get a tax deduction for that. Who wants to go into it?
Wishing people a Merry Christmas when you don't know what holiday they celebrate is sort of like wishing someone a...
Grow a pair of balls, pussy. I'm going to do it. I don't want to hear Happy Kwanzaa. You know what that is? No one does. Nobody knows what that is. Happy Hanukkah? People don't say that in the Jewish faith. Yes, I've experienced this. They don't say that. Say Merry Christmas. Let me tell you a story. I had a neighbor a long time ago, 2 Catholic women in an apartment condo. I remember they said, I never forget this. She goes, name was Pat, God rest her soul. She's like, the Jews are taking over Christmas.
Look at that.
I go, Pat, what are you saying? So what happened was it changed from Happy Holiday to Merry Christmas. She was said that. That was her take. I'm just telling you a story. I'm not saying anything derogatory against people of that nature. And I just never forget that. Because in the 90s, it went from Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Now we're going back. I don't know. And everybody I know who's Jewish doesn't give a fuck. They're like, Merry Christmas, bro. I'm like, can you say that now? She's like, yeah, it's Christmas, though. Today's Christmas. I should say that to you, right? And they'd be like, you can say it. I can't say it. We bow down to that shit.
Happy birthday when you don't know when their birthday is. Like, yeah, I get the sentiment, but you're a little off. That's neither here or there. But I get a kick out of the people who insist on
Happy
saying
birthday,
Merry Christmas
everybody.
instead of
No
just
matter
saying
when your
Happy
birthday
Holidays.
is.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Fuck this guy.
How about that?
This ugly ass
Happy holiday.
mustache.
These fucking people are disgusting. You know, I saw the thread.
People that do their mustaches like this are fucking attention whores. Even back when they did it in the 1800s. Look at your mustache. Look at you know the fuck, weirdo.
You know,
this is weird as this person. They want to look like they live in the 1750s.
Saw the thread in VetTube. If you don't follow me, Jameson's Travels, sensor tube. I show product there, demonetized everywhere. I've told you that. Local's the only thing that's got support, besides the shield tubing. But I saw a thread among the vet bros. So like, yeah, there's all these frauds and VA benefits. Like, where'd you hear that? Well, I heard from a buddy. I heard from Reddit.
What?
I'm like, wait a second, buddy, Reddit? I'm like, hold on a sec, hold on. Every claim's audited. And just because they submit a claim doesn't mean it's approved. So now this infighting, the VetTube was like,
what?
Yeah, all frauds, man.
Everybody. I haven't heard about this.
Like, where'd you hear that? Or I heard a buddy who knew a buddy who knew a buddy. I'm involved in VetTube, and I hear the guy say, I'm like, shut the fuck up. You're stupid. Because you don't know what you're talking about. The guy said he was going to file this. You don't know what was adjudicated as a claim. But that's what we're doing now. We're eating each other. That's my point, saying that. And meanwhile, we get EBT for getting fast food unlimited. I showed you the states. All massive states with biggest population centers. Unlimited EBT. But yet, VetTube, which would be right, allegedly, is going after the veterans for something they heard about anecdotally. They don't know. We got Elon Musk going against whoever the MAGA party is, all these people from my visas, and we got to stop the visa program. So we'll have no doctors. None. Zero. I just see that and I go, you can't unfuck what's been fucked for so long. We're not unfucking this by saying, well, just stop the visa program. We could do that, but you don't want to suffer the pain. Not you personally, but you get my point. I'm being dramatic for a reason. People want to suffer the pain. They don't want to suffer who's going to cover these shifts. My wife just we were talking about a resume. I'll throw it out there. It's like Saudi Arabia. They're from Pakistan. They're from wherever. All over the place. And that's what you get. And so if you don't have a doctor at the hospital to see you, then stop the visa program. Now, I do think, how about this? Idea. Elon Musk, not watching. Idea. Do you have a degree, skill we need, a skill? Can you function in English? A basic test. Can you function like a fifth grader? Okay. Great. You got a skill we need. You can function like, here's the skills we need. We need physicians. We need people with tech degrees. We don't need people doing dishes in people doing cooks, people doing roofing. You say, well, no one do roofing, bro. No one do lawn maintenance. Bullshit. I was the guy doing lawn maintenance as a young kid. Cutting palm trees. My dad had started a business. Palm trees.
I've done blue collar labor too.
I did dock work.
They just have to. They would have to pay more.
Just Hispanics. It was white people that were poor. Now, is it going to be painful? Absolutely. But you can't have all these freebies. People like this that sit on SSDI, Medicaid, food stamps, HUD housing, free shit. These people don't work. They don't function.
Well, you lot didn't help at all last week.
Even worse, it's the UK person. I don't even listen to him. I just love the face shit.
I went for my first ever bra thing, and I asked you whether cream and pink or teal and turquoise would suit me better. It polled about 50-50 across all platforms, with a lot of people in the comments saying I should probably get both. Unfortunately, cream and pink isn't stocked yet. But here's all of you who voted teal and turquoise.
Wow. What do you think when you see that? I think, you know what I first think? I think, why all the tattoos in these people? They don't make, there's no rhyme or reason. I was in the Marine Corps, right? Dudes get tattoos. I got zero. Back in the day,
I have zero.
Certain jobs, you didn't get tattoos. Long story. I won't bore you with it. But I don't have tattoos. You know why? Am I against tattoos? No. I think some are fascinating. Buddy of mine, tell you a story since no one's here. Every time I went to the Philippines, he had this beautiful back tattoo. He's one of them guys that was like an 8-year corporal, been busted several times. It was beautiful. He went back to the Philippines, same guy. It was a whole thing. It's cool. I don't want it. But this, I see this a lot. I was around some guys, lots of money. Their arms look like this. I'm like, what were you in prison? You're a drug addict? Again, I like artwork. I can like anybody's got a tattoo, but I don't understand it. Like that. Of all things, right? Of all things. Thanks for being locals, my friends. I'll be there. I'll cut this other gibberish off. Of all things, I don't get that. That's the part I don't get.
Turquoise. Well, you lot didn't help at all.
That's enough. Enough for you. Oh, Lord. God bless women today. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous, aren't they, in this?
She's in my lap.
HRT and Christmas.
Here, look.
Christmas without HRT is Christmas. And I think we can all agree we need the HRT. Happy holidays.
I don't care if the person does all the HRT, all of it. HRT for this individual is not expensive. Okay, estrogen's not expensive. Generic, something to block their. I don't want to give them Lupron. I think there's generic Lupron. Whatever. I don't really give a shit. I don't want to pay for any of it. For starters, I don't care if they take it. I don't care if this individual wants to do this themselves. I don't care enough to have an opinion about this person. I don't want to pay for it. I know that. I don't want to pay for facial reconstruction. No. I don't want to pay for fake parts in the body. No. You see, no. You see what I'm saying? I don't care enough. If they want to do it. Rock on. But if I took my boy, I don't have a boy. I have 2 girls. Let me give you an example. Say I had a boy. He's 17. Skinny, scrawny, couldn't put on weight, unattractive, just everything wrong. Going to be a weakling. If I said, hey, son, I'm going to get you on growth hormone, testosterone, and trenbolone acetate so you can affirm your gender, okay? Because he's small, he's skinny, he wants to play football, he wants to look more manly. And I did that, I'd be arrested. You would arrest me because I'm putting my kids on steroids, anabolic steroids. So that's just how he is. That's born this way. I go, no, he's not affirmed in his gender because he's scrawny. He's just a weakling. The weakling of the litter. Bad luck. You'd think I was a crazy person and I'd probably be arrested.
What are you doing, Simon?
Somehow we flipped that script. That same boy all those bad genetic traits of a man doesn't have that component. If I did that, you go, you are a crazy man. You should be in prison the rest of your life. But in this case, you just go, well, whatever, bro. Oh, Lord. Lord have mercy on us. And we got another one. Make sense of this. I see a lot of YouTubers. I could go on the list. Here's a standard format. You have the quarterings with plushies and bullshit behind them like children's toys. Or you got the everyone wants to be Sean Ryan guy with AR-15, M4 behind him, or AK-47. I'm like, what?
Hey.
Again, I'm working in the smallest.
You got your ears
I used to make
back.
the most money per square foot on YouTube when I was monetized. Tiny spot. I'd love to have a nice studio, yeah, but I wouldn't have an M4 behind me or plushies.
No,
I don't know what I'd
nobody.
have, but it wouldn't be that. Anybody who has that, I question them. Now, this person's fascinating. Let's take a gander.
OMG! Who could have guessed? It's Shadow the Hedgehog. He's a Build-A-Bear. Ooh, and he's got a Chaos Emerald for chaos control. All right, get on there. I can't wait to watch the movie soon on December 20th.
This dude's acting like a child.
Oh, it's time for another Box on Box. Here's the box. Hey guys, what do you think will be in the box?
This asshole's making this shit for kids.
Good.
Okay, here's the thing. It's not the gym, it's gym guy. It's not gaming, it's gaming guy. Now, if you have a shtick, I'm thinking through this. Tell me your opinion in the chat. If you got a kid show and you're an adult and you play kid stuff, I don't know, you just entertain children. Okay, I get it. But this isn't it, though. There's a group of these people, like 30, and they all suck off the hind teat of the government. That's my rub with it. There wasn't the nipple at the hind teat of the government. I'm paying for it. And I was even okay with that because I didn't see him. And then they said, call me a woman. And I go, no, I'm not doing that. I just ignored it. Like if I'm at the, God forbid I'm at Starbucks, and the person's like, she, her, and it's looks like me. I go, barista, or whatever. Can I just have black coffee? I don't want the mocha, chai, whatever. I just want black coffee. Coffee, black. The large one. If I had to deal with them, I'm not trying to be me. I just want to get out of this. Just get out. Stranger danger. Like get out of the situation. I just want to move on, right? I don't want the static. And they forced me to do that. And they said, you will respect that. I'm like, no, I don't want to be engaged with you. I don't want to pay for a penny of it. And I'm not saying birthing person, chest feeding. I'm not doing that because I haven't lost my mind, right? I just refuse to. And then they say, okay, you can't say on social media. And as an old fuck, I got on YouTube and started Odin's Men. You guys remember it? 550,000 subscribers. Got everything.
Resto guy was in his chat for this.
Said, you're a
Resto
racist.
guy was in his chat.
You're everything bad in the world. And I go, I just don't want to do it, though. I just want to stay away. And they said, shut up, racist.
This makes me drink
Even on
more.
Scuttlebutt here, where I'm doing it now.
Says,
Start a new channel, right? It's going to do something easy. YouTube said your likeness and image, me, you're hateful. I go, whoa. It's an opinion, right? They can take my videos and rant on me all day. That's where they went too far. You see my point? It's just too much. Down my throat.
OMG! Who could have guessed? It's Shadow the Hedgehog.
I just can't with these people. Again, you can have a hobby, being collecting Pokemon cards, and like that could be interesting. But if it's your whole life, let me tell you another story. A friend of ours, the wife's successful in medicine. I'll call the husband's a teacher, late 30s, almost 40. All he does when he gets home is play video games, all weekend video games, all night. Doesn't want to do anything. Freshly married couple, right? All he wants to do is play video games. And he's anger addicts. I'm not going. And they didn't live together before they were married. And all he does is play video. That's all he wants to do. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, okay, that's it. This whole life. I just find it unappealing. It's like a drinker. All right, more dipshits. This kid's got a point. Mag infighting,
I'm a
right?
drinker that plays
Mag
video games all the
infight, left
time.
forever
Holy
infight.
shit, he would hate
Elon
me.
Musk, Loomer is trolling for attention. Ignore. Telling the truth isn't trolling. Read the room. You bought your way into MAGA 5 minutes ago. Remember when you voted for Biden? You don't know Laura Loomer is like one of Trump's closest friends or advisors. She like talks to him all the time. She travels.
You
with
voted
him
for
places.
Biden?
She's a raging white.
All right,
Really?
this guy's a dipshit. His closest friend advisor. These kids, though, like this kid right here, got paid. Him and Harry Sasson got paid $250,000 from one super PAC because they're effective, and they get the Gen Z vote, I guess. And Gen Z listens to this. My youngest kid, mid 20s, is like, well, like Laura Loomer, she's weird, whatever. Do I care? No.
Supremacist. Elon Musk obviously started a massive pack for Donald Trump, and what you're watching right now is the cult just eat itself alive, because you got to figure out who could be most loyal to Donald Trump. Is that if anyone is perceived as not loyal, as not the most MAGA, they have to get out. Who can be on their knees and stay on their knees the longest for the orange man? It is absolutely absurd. It's a race to just see how fast you can fucking enrich yourself in the current Republican Party. That is fundamentally broken. It is insane that I am.
Well, all parties are broken. I can't disagree with the kid, actually. Here's the thing on Scuttlebutt. When I tried to make some shekels on YouTube, I came out and said, terrible debate, Trump, Harris, horrible. Everything was bad. If that was advice from, what was her name? Put it in the chat. Anyway, girl with the Elvira hair. If that was the advice on the debate, it was terrible. Optics were bad. Chasing shiny object. Biden, Trump, good debate. People go, I'm not watching you anymore. You can't say that. No, I will, because it was terrible. He was chasing shiny objects. So I don't disagree with the kid. You say, Elon loves visas. Part of MAG is like, stop all immigration. I'm like, well, there's no way we can stop all these visas unless you want no physicians, tech. I mean, that's just what was been built. That's been built since the 90s. You're not getting rid of that today. You're not stopping that. It's like, well, just deport everybody. I'm like, well, so that's not happening. You got Lupe and Jorge, 2 American kids, are not getting deported. Donald Trump is not deporting Jorge and Lupe with no children and they're working, in case you're wondering. It's not going to happen. The optics are so bad, it never happened. So if you thought that, you think like a teenage girl.
22 years old, and for most of my adult life.
That's enough of that. I can't take this guy. This is an interesting one. So what we got here is a military.
He's 20, and for most of his adult life, he said.
Person goes in, it's honest. Like, I went in for the benefits. Wow, the benefits. All right, let's take a gander.
I would just like to announce that I did not join the military to serve my country. I joined the military to get a VA home loan, the GI Bill, and student loan forgiveness.
Somebody said, do I have a preferred email contact? info@jamesonstravels.com. Thank you.
Forgiveness. I would just like to announce that I did not join the military to serve my country. I joined the military to get a VA home loan, the GI Bill, and student loan forgiveness.
Confused. So if you got the GI Bill, do you need student loan forgiveness too? Maybe she's got a bunch of shitty education she's government to pay for.
Yeah, that's the thing.
GI Bill.
Yeah, no, they pay it off. That's the thing. No, if you go in with student loan, I think that's something they can use to recruit you. Like, we'll pay off your student loan if you join the military. Possibly.
All right, VA home loan. I never had a VA home loan in my entire life. I didn't even know it was a thing, to be honest with you.
Yeah, they guarantee you don't have to have a down payment.
For saying that, can you? What Obama kid would be patriotic? Tell me one. Obama era child, a black woman, would be patriotic by any why would they ever be patriotic? Why? They've been taught you didn't build that. I wasn't proud of America. America is fundamentally racist. I mean, the list is long. 8 years of Obama saying that. The media saying that. How could you be proud of America? The girl's probably 20 years old. Trump was literally Schmittler for 4 years. Right? America's racist against her for 4 years. How could she be patriotic? The kneeling. The Beyonce at this, whatever that stupid thing was, no flags. How could you expect her to be patriotic? She's brainwashed. You're not fixing that. in a generation.
It's crazy. She's out of boot camp with still that same mindset.
It involves my nails. So every day I have new nails because I like practicing, so they change a lot.
Usually, you know what I'm saying?
Every day at morning.
A lot of people join the military for the benefits, right? But oftentimes the people that graduate boot camp, it instills a pride of being in the military now. Like, you did it. You did it. Holy shit, I'm in. You know, I'm part of something bigger. I'm part of one of the biggest gangs in the world. You know, if it doesn't turn you patriotic graduating boot camp, that's kind of scary, man. We need people that are patriotic in our military, care about our country. Not that they're trying to take advantage of the country.
Meeting, I tell this made-up story.
You're supposed to weed those people out.
Crazy with it today,
But
was that
boot camp has gotten so soft, they're failing to weed the people out that they used to, I think. Because they need people so badly, DEI is taking full effect and letting people skip through the cracks just to be able to man the positions.
by Cinderella, and this is the gold from her tiara.
It's definitely
and this
happening.
is the blue from her dress. So now, whenever I have a new color, I'm going to have the scholars write their own story to describe what happened to Mr. Morris.
All right, so this guy is doing this in a class for children, public education. So the book's going to be about the nails, and the class about how useful is that? Because someone explained this to me like a child. Just so you know, programming note, at 30 minutes I cut out of LubeTube and Rumble. Thank you for your eyeball time. I will be on locals. I put it in the chat. Why do I do that? Well, I get supported by locals. I've told you this. E-begging and Sued are engaged, but that's just the reality. Okay, we'll keep going. We got 7 minutes. Wow, this guy looks serious, doesn't he? How many of these people do you think are on SSRIs? What would you think? If you were guessing, just a guess. All, some, half.
He's out there, your boy one. You guys rich yet? Are the groceries cheap yet? Oh, groceries are going to be cheap in March. Oh, not March. Oh, August of next year. Oh, December is when groceries will go down. Next December. Okay.
They really think it's supposed to happen instantly?
The simplest in the crowd here, the simplest. I raise cattle, okay? Sell a lot of cattle. They go to the feed yard. You get steaks, you get, all that stuff, okay? Been doing it a long time. Fuel, diesel in my case, makes everything more expensive. DEF, diesel exhaust fluid, thank Obama, made equipment outrageous. Get the price of fuel down, price of feed goes down, everything goes down, okay? It's really simple. Friends of mine grow corn. Price of fuel, which does what? Price of fertilizer. It's not hard. But you can reduce the cost of food, make it up. The price to make it doesn't change. I don't know why this is so hard. This dipshit doesn't care. Just where to reduce the prices. I had somebody on Twitter, men underscore Odins, whatever it is on Twitter, say about talking about healthcare. Bernie Sanders, all of a sudden, interested in making America healthy. Somebody literally said, well, Cuban healthcare is great. I saw Bernie Sanders talk about it. I'm like, dipshit, you're wrong and you're stupid. Yes, I've been there. Spent time there. I've been seeing the facilities there. I know how it goes. Talk to people there. I've seen the pharmacy there. And they go, no, it's great healthcare. Bernie Sanders said so. I saw it on that show with the fat guy. Who's the fat guy? Michael Moore. The show. Cuban healthcare is great. I've never been there. You can get 90 miles away. Get on a plane. Go there. Get a visa. No, it's great.
Well, I'll hold you to it. I'm holding all of you who voted for Trump for lower eggs and milk. Like it's that big of it. Eggs are $5.60 where I was at the other day. And this is a retirement community where I'm at. So that's not steep. I don't think it's too steep.
It's not too steep. That guy's never bought a $5. I spent like $2.50. What's he talking about? I spent $1.72 for diesel before Biden got in. $1.72. Still like $3.30 here. So nearly double. He's like, $5 is not a lot.
For eggs, honestly. I mean, it's a little higher than what it used to be, but not. But Trump is going to fix it. And Trump's also going to fix rent. He's going to fix mortgages. Everything is going to be utopia. I'm looking.
All right, let's talk about rent I'll be brief. When you bring in, by their own numbers, 24 million people, we don't have 24 million new homes and apartments. I'm not an economist here, but I can add and subtract. 24 million people, kids, dot. What's it going to do to cost of housing? You may say it's not housing, but come on. BlackRock doesn't own these apartment buildings, which means the government pays the rent, which means, of course, it's artificially high, which means expensive for you. Come on, man. I mean, do people not think that you brought in how many people? They've been saying 10 million since the 80s, okay? We don't know. The government said 24 million. Why do people do this? Help me.
Petrol station, and I'm going to leave the next customer a little donation.
I don't want your nasty underwear, you skank. What is wrong with people? Ugh, God, it's all over. Degenerates. This gym is for you. Wow, the gym. Yeah, what's the point? Just have a gym. Why is everything sexualized? It's like, there's a picture of a dude with a woman bent over. This gym's for you, bro. Would that be cool? This whole thing is...
I'm Professor Wilby, they them pronouns. I'm the owner and head coach here at Misfit Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu in Northfield, Minnesota. I struggle with several chronic health issues, including, but not limited to.
How did I know? There's several chronic health issues you struggle with. How did I know? Was it the flags? Was it the gi? Was it the everything, the whole thing? Now, I bet you this person's struggled with anything. Like, yeah, I'm depressed some days of anxiety. Okay, it's normal because people have anxiety. You go up and down, you get depressed. It's not depression, you're just down a little. You're just in a little trough here. Okay, stop with the depression. My own kid, she's like, Dad, I have anxiety. I go, what do you mean? Well, I'm nervous about this thing. Like, you're supposed to be nervous. It's normal. Stop with the anxiety. Fucking anxiety. These people. I'm depressed. No, you just had a bad day. You had a bad run, bad week, bad month. Saying you're depressed. Now, clinically depressed, I understand. People have clinical depression. But everybody can't be depressed and anxiety, can they? Like, all the time. Oh, my God, I just can't do it. Like, well, you should be anxious and nervous. It's something important to you, right? That anxious nervous makes you excel at times. I'm not talking crippling anxiety where you can't move. I'm talking normal behavior.
Chronic pain, chronic fatigue, hypermobile joints, anxiety, and depression. I'm also queer, trans, and neurodivergent.
Right.
I absolutely love teaching Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I truly think that's why I'm here on this earth.
So you got chronic pain, all sorts of joint problems. You're rolling around, getting twisted into a pretzel as an instructor in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Does that make any sense? I guess you could be severely disabled and do it and get benefit just doing something. But these people, it's almost like Rachel Dolezal, right? Or Sean King. Say, well, black people are being oppressed. It's terrible. But I'm going to run and pretend I'm black. So I'm going to run and pretend I got 1,000 ailments because it's like a virtue signaling card. Look at me. Half of YouTube, no, 90% of YouTube, all of the big guys come out and go, I have autism. Wait, how could everybody, is it possible everybody has autism? Maybe you're just a little different. Maybe you're a different guy. You're a little different, a little quirky or something. Everybody's got autism now? Just everybody. I don't think I've met a person who just say, yeah, I have Asperger's. I'm like, what? You're a little different, which makes it interesting, but do you really have that? It's like a virtue, like, oh, I have this and this and this and this.
And I consider it just the highest honor to be able to teach other people who struggle with some of the same things that I do. So if you identify with any one of those things I mentioned, or if you feel like you don't fit in for any other reason, then I created this gym for you. Come check it out. So this Saturday, September 14th at 10 a.m., we're having an open class where the community is invited to come watch class and ask.
Well, I like the concept. The person's doing something. I will say that. But the victim stuff. All right, YouTube, if you want to see what's left of the show, I put the link to locals. I understand Bidenomics got you down. I get it. I completely understand that. I'm going to be a Rumble for 5 more minutes. So, YouTube, appreciate your eyeball time. Until then, I am gone from that. Thank you. Good night.
Ah, what in the world? I haven't been giving him lunch, and it's way too early. I think you're right. I was feeding him too much to where he's like. He really liked that addition, which reminds me, I need to get some more. I shouldn't have fleas. It looks like he's got fleas right now. Oh, we had to see him lay there, and it's what's made me want to have a camera in the backyard so I could see him back there laying around. He shouldn't even really be hungry yet. He ate a decent amount. And knowing him, he probably got something elsewhere. And this one's a different consistency than the last Onyx one I got. This one seems like it has more plant matter in it. It's chunky. This brand isn't the one I normally get because it's like it's a more like outdoor than indoor. But I kind of appreciate it for what it is. Whoa. What's that? I'm running out. I don't want to overfeed him, and plus I'm running out of food for them. I have the least amount of food for him. I do all the cats right now. See, I can't get it delivered by Amazon till tomorrow. But I could get it probably locally quicker. I could get some of the one that he likes. Wait. Figure it out. He's not starving, regardless.
Tony.
Thanks so much, Alex. A major traffic alert out of Custer County tonight. The sheriff's office saying that Highway 96 and 165, they are closed at their intersection after a rock slide. The highways are expected to be closed in the area between Wetmore and Westcliff for multiple days. But I got the chance to talk to someone who witnessed this rock slide firsthand.
Yep, we got a major incident here, guys.
A terrifying moment caught on camera along a Colorado highway. Sierra Wright and Quinn Rasmussen were getting ready to turn onto Highway 165 from Highway 96 in Custer County when this happened.
There's no mountain left. And it was kind of scary for a second. There was a point where we were maybe a little too close, but it was crazy.
Quinn does contract work with different cities in the area and jumped right into action.
You know, I always jump out and help whenever I can, you know, and it's just second nature.
Quinn even directing traffic.
Even while he was directing traffic, there was multiple vehicles that swerved around the police and him to go through it while it was actively falling.
The pair was trying to get to San Isabel Lake, but instead spent 2.5 hours helping others at the scene.
Just thankful that nobody got hurt and we were able to direct everybody around there and get the road closed when we did, and it's a blessing nobody got hurt.
And just a wild scene. CDOT says the area is too unsafe to be removing any of the rocks right now. They're going to begin examining the slide tomorrow. Until then, there are detours in place. So if you're planning to go west on 96, detours include north 67 to Highway 50, west on 50 to Highway 69, or south on 69 to Westcliff. For eastbound on Highway 96, you can go north on Highway 69 to Highway 50, east on Highway 50.
That's a nice flavor, actually. I like it.
And more dead and injured wild parrots have been discovered in the San Gabriel Valley as the search continues for who's responsible for this trend. Now, authorities are also trying to figure out why these birds are being targeted.
KTLA5's Jennifer McGraw joins us live in Pasadena with this story. Hi, Jen.
Hi, Court. Hi, Rick. Yeah, the latest incident happened in El Monte. Police actually discovered the birds inside of a kennel. But this is happening all over multiple cities across the San Gabriel Valley, and the Pasadena Humane wants the public's help.
We keep hearing these horrible stories of these birds getting mutilated, and to know that it's a human that's doing it is it's devastating.
Beloved wildlife rescuer Cleo Watts is heartbroken and horrified that once again local parrots were found suffering, this time in a makeshift bird cage left on railroad tracks in deplorable conditions.
3 of them had to be euthanized immediately, multiple fractures, laceration on the left part of the body. One of them, the beak was completely ripped off, split in half.
Earlier this month, injured parrots were found shot in Pasadena and Monrovia. This time last year in Temple City, someone was trying to capture parrots in the city's trees, putting up nets, and as a result, some were falling, getting injured, and ran over.
It's one thing if it's an accident, it's still heartbreaking, but it's just so frustrating when it's on purpose.
The birds are not native, but have settled comfortably into the San Gabriel Valley. Some say they're messy and annoying.
We're not exactly sure what the intention is, or if they're just flat out annoyed by noisy parrots.
Rescuers do all they can to triage and save them. Some don't make it, others are able to rehab at SoCal Parrot Rescue in San Diego. That takes in a couple hundred birds each year.
Ones that we have been finding recently injured are pretty much all endangered species.
Now hoping to make the community aware to stop these parrot poachers.
The community gets wind of it and they become outraged, and because the vast majority of people love the parrots and really value them here.
SoCal Parrot tells me many of the injured birds by humans are coming from the Los Angeles area. Anyone with information, or if you happen to find an injured or dead parrot, you're urged to contact Pasadena Humane. We're live in Pasadena. I'll send it back to you in Hollywood.
Growing hostility from North Korea. Kim Jong-un vowing to unleash what he calls the toughest anti-American policies ahead of President Trump's second term. Let's bring in General Jack Keane. My pleasure, sir. It's great to be with you. We appreciate your insights all year long. And here we are on the cusp of a new year and a second Trump administration. I have to say, President Trump had this kind of a romance going with Kim Jong-un for a while, the first U.S. president to step into North Korea. They talked about the love letters and their relationship. And, is the romance over already before it's yet to begin again?
Well, it ended in 2019 when President Trump walked out of the negotiations that were taking place in Hanoi. And then it was as a result of those negotiations that the Trump administration realized that Kim Jong-un was all talk. He was not going to walk away from his nuclear program. And as a result of that, we pretty much broke off any thought that some nuclear deal was going to be made. Yeah, I mean, when President Trump took power, Jun was testing, if you recall, ballistic short-range missiles, some long-range missiles, and then developed, as you indicated, a very conciliatory tone. This time he has a confrontational tone. I think he recognizes that he's competing with a war in Ukraine, a war in the Middle East, and China's aggression in the Pacific. He's competing for attention. And likely that's what he's trying to get here. And what is he really after? He wants to be accepted as a nuclear power, as the other nuclear powers in the world are accepted by the international community. And then he wants normal trade relations and removal of the sanctions, even though he gets around the UN sanctions because Russia and China help him out in terms of backdooring those sanctions. He really wants normal economic relations. That's what he is attempting to achieve in the face of what? In the face of two aggressive South Korean administrations that have really increased their military capability and worked much stronger with the United States in terms of an exercise program, and also in the face of regional confrontation with Japan, South Korea, and the United States coming together in an historic relationship, particularly bringing South Korea and Japan together.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons for that is certainly China, but the other reason is North Korea. So that's what he's facing out there. He's facing more confrontation, more isolation, and he's trying to change the table here in terms of relationships with the United States.
Yeah, this tone he's taking, also he's North Korea aligning themselves with Russia, helping out with the war in Ukraine. Is this a major concern?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the reality of it doesn't get the play it should get. North Korea has come in and declared war against Ukraine on the side of Russia, much as Italy did on the side of Germany during World War II. So we have two powers aligned together to defeat Ukraine, an independent country. And that is major. That is the most significant escalation of the war. Not a weapon system. Another country fighting side by side with Russia. And not only that, but they provide them with significant ballistic missiles, significant artillery ammunition, and artillery weapons themselves. So they are a major aid to Russia in its attempt to try to defeat Ukraine. And that relationship is going to continue.
Yeah, and concerns about the reciprocal nature potentially down the road of enhancing North Korea's abilities as well. General Jack Keane, thank you so much. Always appreciate your analysis, and Happy New Year to you.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you, Molly, and the team there. Thank you.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox.
Don't get it. Kitty. No. No. Ow! Oh.
President Biden is reportedly expressing regret for dropping out of the 2024 presidential race. According to the report, Biden believes he could have beaten Trump if he wasn't pushed out by his own party. Lucas Tomlinson is live in St. Croix. That's lovely, where Biden is spending the holidays. Lucas.
Good afternoon, Tammy. President Biden's approval rating remains around 39%. It's been underwater since that hasty withdrawal from Afghanistan. But as you mentioned, it doesn't appear to have stopped some of his aides who say Biden should not have dropped out of the race and said the president thinks the same thing. Let's take a look at that Washington Post piece, which says, quote, Biden and some of his aides still believe he should have stayed in the race, despite the rocky debate performance and low poll numbers that prompted Democrats to pressure him to drop out. Biden and these aides have told people in recent days that he could have defeated Trump. According to people familiar with their comments who spoke in the condition of anonymity, describe private conversations. Aides say the president has been careful not to place blame on Harris or her campaign. Now, what's likely that would have not helped his campaign, Biden's reelection campaign, are these newly released photos from the National Archives showing Biden shaking hands and posing with Chinese businessmen alongside Hunter and his business associates during a December 2013 official trip to Beijing when Biden was vice president. Biden has long denied any involvement in his son's overseas business dealings.
I've never discussed my business or their business, my sons or daughters. I've never spoken to my son about his overseas business dealings. I have never discussed with my son or my brother or anyone else anything having to do with their businesses, period.
Now, many Republicans have long claimed Biden has not been truthful with this matter, including James Comer yesterday on Sunday Morning Futures.
Joe Biden lied. He did, in fact, introduce his son to all these Chinese people. Joe Biden did, in fact, meet with all these Chinese people that were wiring his family millions of dollars for mysterious reasons. And we knew it, and I think the American people with common sense knew it.
Now, this trip, the White House reacting to these new photos saying, quote, this trip, which occurred over a decade ago, is old news. House Republicans already wasted years and millions of taxpayer dollars proving the president was not in business with his son. It's past time to call it a day. Hunter's lawyer also responding to these new photos, saying there's nothing new here about these new photos. Ladies, gentlemen, Tammy?
All righty, Lucas, thank you, sir, very much. And a great assignment you've got there in St. Croix.
Yeah, right?
My goodness, the one thing,
Joe
Biden,
tough job, Lucas.
Yeah, tough job. Thanks, Joe Biden. All right, well, look, what I find very interesting, Lisa, is this argument that he could have won, which is exclusively a statement about Kamala Harris. That's a statement about her. And then they say, oh, he doesn't want to make a statement about her. That is the thing that does. And it's interesting in that they believe that he would have, and I actually believe he would have been better, but that's how bad she was. And yet it doesn't mean he would have won. They're still putting the Trump victory in this context as an accident because of a decision they made. What's your take on that?
Well, he won the popular vote, right? So the American people were...
The odds on all the betting websites went up dramatically when Harris went as the candidate. And the odds are very close to what was real. What really happened. It's interesting.
On his side. If the executives are listening, if Lucas needs a break, especially for the new year, I will gladly fly there and cover for him in St. Croix.
Yeah.
But to your point, look, the American people, I've been saying this. This was a rejection of Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, the left, but this was also an election for Donald Trump, choosing his mandate, choosing the America First policy. The two most important defining dates in the election cycle were June 27th and July 13th. June 27th was when Donald Trump ended Joe Biden's career on the debate stage at CNN, where it was so bad that even the media had to admit that they were lying to us about cheap fakes. The left had to admit to us that, no, Joe Biden does not have all his faculties. And then, of course, July 13th, in the manner in which Donald Trump survived the Butler, Pennsylvania assassination attempt, because Americans needed a fighter at the time, and they saw that in Donald Trump with the fight, 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 the USA. And then additionally, it dispelled this notion that he was the threat to democracy, because most people are thinking maybe the people trying to kill him are the threat to democracy.
Right.
So, no, I think Joe Biden would have lost by, bigger margins. And this was Donald Trump's to always win.
It exposes a certain level of delusion. But, John, let me ask you about his remarks about Merrick Garland, where he felt that was a big mistake. Apparently, he was convinced to do it. Again, some of this article kind of gives a position that Biden was actively involved in some of these decisions or was wandering around thinking about presidential theory and history and what should he do. Clearly, though...
That's my job, by the way.
Right, there you go. Ron Klain is reportedly the one who really pushed for Garland. But the argument, sir, was that they didn't prosecute Trump fast enough and shouldn't have gone after Hunter. So it still moves into a confirmation that it was lawfare that they were relying upon.
If you needed any proof that Biden was not mentally capable and should not have served a second term, it's comments like these. He was elected, if he had read the nation right, read the people right, he was elected to be a transitional figure. He instead thought he was a revolutionary figure like FDR or LBJ, and he was intent on breaking all kinds of norms to get there, and lawfare is the best example. How can someone think the best thing for the country would have been to prosecute your leading rival, with all the powers of the federal government behind you, to produce an electoral outcome? That is the first time in American history that's ever happened. It's terrible for the country. He has opened up a cycle of retaliation that is going to undermine our politics for years. His family's going to experience it from all those pictures we saw of him glad-handing it with the Chinese. Congress and the U.S. attorneys should be all over that in the next administration. But that, to me, shows that he's putting himself before the best interests of the country. If we talk about whether Carter was a good president or not, Carter didn't put himself before the country. Biden saying it would have been better for him to be president another 4 years in his mentally diminished state when aides were covering up for him for years, and then that I should have prosecuted Donald Trump in 2021 shows that he actually didn't have the best interests of his own country at heart.
It could be an argument that Carter was perhaps the first example of where aides and the left had moved into the nature of what the president would do and where they felt that they were the president, Molly, not the president, because, he handed over the Panama Canal, established the Department of Education and the Department of Energy, massive government expansion, of course, leading to more spending, massive inflation. I mean, it's an argument there. But here you've got, speaking of the photos of him with the Chinese associates, effectively introducing them, it appears, to Hunter. It's one thing to say that, we've looked at his accounts and there was no money, but there's the power of being vice president, and then president is what I've argued, has informed that relationship. Because of his position as president. Now we know.
On this post-mortem that continues, a personal post-mortem, it's almost into a forlorn fantasy now. We're digging through this article, it's time to move beyond that. And then when you see a photo like this coming out, this really remarkable photo, where the heck has this photo been? Why wasn't all of this out when the House and the Republicans were trying to get to the bottom of all this? Hunter's lawyer, reacted to this, saying there's simply nothing new here. And
which is true.
Point. And I think, the other side of the aisle could very well agree to that. This is something we've seen before, and we should have seen this photo long ago, and there should have been questions asked about it and answered about it. And likely, as you mentioned, John, there may very well be more questions to come. So to the extent it just reinvigorates what we've already known and what Republicans have been alleging and looking into, and the questions about influence peddling continuing.
Nicole, this also, though, reminds the American people that things were kept from us, right? Even Obama joined in his team in the lawsuit to keep these photographs in the National Archives, which has become obviously very politicized as well. But this is not good for the legitimacy of the government, of what the impact is on now what the American people are watching unfold in the aftermath.
Well, the secrecy of this presidency, from the ties with Hunter Biden and all of his business connections to President Biden's mental and physical fitness, all of this was hidden from the American people for the last 4 years. And Democrats are finding themselves in this shoulda, coulda, woulda moment, and they're starting to point fingers. At the bottom line, Harris campaign, Biden campaign, neither were prepared for the Goliath of the Trump campaign, which really used the media effectively to their benefit, and they connected with the American people. They acknowledged what the people were needing to hear right now. Maybe in 2022, as John was mentioning, President Biden was supposed to be a transitional president. He had alluded to he would do a term and then give it to the next generation. But I don't know if it was narcissism or what it was that kept him to run again. But that was what happened. And we were going to lose. They staged a coup. They put in Kamala Harris, who the Democrats themselves rejected in 2019. They rejected her before Republicans can. They have no one to blame but themselves. President Trump ran an excellent campaign, and he's exactly what the American people wanted.
We're watching this play out in front of people, which is also a mistake. So they usually have discipline, but not now. All right.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-host Harris.
And I'm Mark Brown. And I'm fucking Kilmeade. Brian Kilmeade. I'm out over 4 minutes, you know. Welcome to church. Oh, is this a migrant?
A man accused of stabbing and killing 2 people in the far western suburbs is in court today for a detention hearing.
Well, one of the victims was a 13-year-old boy. Sean Lewis is live in Geneva with more on this story. Sean?
Good morning to both of you. Police and prosecutors describing this as a domestic violence incident. 50-year-old Alejandro Cota was back in court today for a hearing related to the deaths of Christina Chavria and her 13-year-old son Damien. Geneva police called to the home here in the 2700 block of Emma's Way on Thursday night, the day after Christmas, where they found those 2 victims. Here's Kane County State's Attorney Jamie Mosser.
My office charged Alejandro Cota, C-O-T-A, with 4 counts of first-degree murder. 2 of those counts would be that he, without lawful justification, stabbed Christina Chavira multiple times about the body with a knife with the intent to kill or do great bodily harm to her and thereby cause the death of her. Along with, without lawful justification, stabbed and or cut a minor child with the initials DRC multiple times about the body with a knife with the intent to kill or do great bodily harm to him and thereby cause the death of
I thought he engraved letters into the kid or something. They were just giving
Christina
initials
does have
for
an
the kid.
18-year-old daughter. She was not at home at this time. She is now staying with relatives in the area. Relatives have also set up a GoFundMe to help with funeral expenses. We have a link to that at WGNTV.com. Cota is due back in court on January 9th. That's the latest here live in Geneva. Sean Lewis, WGN News.
Okay, Sean, thank you.
Do you miss the wacky good times during COVID? The winter of severe illness and death?
We are looking at a winter of severe illness and death for unvaccinated. For themselves, their families, and the hospitals they'll soon overwhelm.
Good news! All your favorite COVID superstars are back with bird flu. Bird flu may cause extreme paranoia and make you do some of the stupidest shit this planet has ever seen. Seriously, what the fuck were you guys doing in 2020? None of this makes any sense. Look at this. Talk to your doctor to see if bird flu is right for you. If you wore something like this, or got married with a mask, bird flu may be perfect. I literally cannot believe what I am looking at here. And so, bird flu will bring back what you've missed about COVID. Bird flu. Let's see if we can get even stupider this time. Now, listen to the experts!
The bird flu virus is mutating in the person with the worst case of the illness in the U.S.
CDC says the virus now shows new mutations that may make it easier for the infection to be spread from person to person.
It's no longer by any means just a bird virus, and the alarm buttons are starting to go off in America.
The U.S. isn't doing enough to counteract the bird flu threat, and
and needs to use the hard-learned lessons from the COVID pandemic.
Concerns over bird flu are rising just as we are on the verge of Senate confirmation hearings for Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
The CDC says, although currently the risk in general is low, we still have to pay close attention to the possibility that that might change.
Now, our agencies are making the same mistakes they made with COVID. The number 2 principle of pandemic is detect. And the only way to detect for viruses is to test. You cannot see a virus through symptoms. You miss so many cases. Yet we're still talking about flu-like illness.
This is not like the beginning of COVID where we were dealing with a new virus. We didn't have a vaccine. There actually is a vaccine developed already against H5N1. The Biden administration has contracted with manufacturers to make almost 5 million doses of the vaccine. However, they have not asked the FDA to authorize the vaccine. There's research done on it. They could get this authorized now and also get the vaccine out and to farm workers and to vulnerable people. I think that's the right approach because we don't know what the Trump administration is going to be doing around bird flu. If they have people coming in with anti-vaccine stances, could they hold up vaccine authorization? If they don't want to know how much bird flu is out there, could they withhold testing? I mean, that's a possibility. And I think the Biden administration in the remaining days should get testing and vaccines widely available so that at least it empowers state and local health officials.
One more thing I'd like to show you. This is completely unedited. Watch.
Experts warn the U.S. isn't reacting fast enough to stop the spread of bird flu. The lessons from the COVID pandemic that could help mitigate the threat. We'll talk about it all coming up.
COVID-19. I'm not waiting. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Paxlovid is an oral treatment for adults with mild to moderate COVID-19 and a high risk factor for it becoming severe.
Imagine that. Bird flu threat. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Wow, man. What the fuck was that medication, though? There's all sort of, like, why isn't there a medication for when you have the flu? They just tell you to, like, they give you this, like, over-the-counter shit, but COVID, they gotta give us a prescription.
Republicans want to overhaul the nation's voting procedures and plan to move quickly when the new Congress convenes in January. Republicans want every person who registers to vote to prove U.S. citizenship and to show an ID every time they cast a ballot.
Well, photo ID is essential. You need it to board an airplane, buy a 6-pack of beer, or open a bank account. I think it's appropriate that you need photo identification to be able to vote.
They say this is needed to restore public confidence in elections. Democrats have previously opposed legislation requiring proof of citizenship and say the drop in confidence is the result of 4 years of false claims by Trump and his allies over the 2020 election. Democrats say GOP proposals go too far and could make it harder for people to vote. They want to see Democrats and Republicans come together to support dedicated federal funding for election offices. On voter ID, Democrats say they are open to it, but want to make sure that any ID requirement doesn't prevent eligible people from voting.
If we were in a negotiation and they said voter ID, I'd say, look, I can live with it as long as it's not intended to, again, make it difficult for people to vote.
Ultimately, it will be up to state and local election officials to implement any federal changes. Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, a Republican, says that he supports voter ID and proof of citizenship requirements.
For 2 reasons. It adds security, but also adds voter confidence.
I think there should be citizenship verification like we do here in Georgia.
Michigan's Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson, a Democrat, says there has to be a good reason to make a change to election rules and hopes that federal lawmakers will look to states that ran successful elections this year.
My job is also to make sure everyone has access to identification and gets their license or gets their state ID. And so what we really need are more resources from the federal government that helps us get people IDs before they implement or add more onerous identification requirements to the requirements that are already in place.
Oh, really?
What if a single photo could reveal more than just your face, but your health? Thanks to Face Age AI, doctors are now using photos as a powerful new tool for medical insights. This concept isn't new. You might remember apps like the TikTok filter claiming to reveal your age for a fun trend, but Face Age AI is no ordinary gimmick. This AI model has been trained on tens of thousands of photos from patients and public image databases. The goal? Detecting subtle signs of aging that could provide deeper insights into your overall health. Dr. Raymond Mack is a radiation oncologist at Brigham and Women's Hospital who co-led this study with other researchers. He tells the Wall Street Journal, our faces reflect the wear and tear of a lifetime, which is an intricate roadmap of health that doctors are beginning to decode. For oncologists specifically, this tool could be revolutionary. Doctors already rely on their own perceptions of patients' health to tailor treatments. With Face Age AI, those decisions could become even more precise. Dr. Mack recalls an example of a 90-year-old lung cancer patient who appeared much younger than his age. Trusting his instincts, Mack approached treatment as if the patient were younger, and weeks after the start of radiation, he ran the patient's photo through the AI tool, which estimated his biological age to be just 66. But there is concern for people whose face scans predict a shorter life expectancy that might lead to biased or unequal treatment. If you're curious to try it yourself, there's a free version from a company called Novos that offers a glimpse into your biological age. It analyzes categories like wrinkles, eyes, pores, and even provides health tips like cutting back on sugary foods if you score low in some areas. Now, while the concept is fascinating, experts urge caution. An associate professor at Harvard tells the Wall Street Journal these algorithms still have limitations. Certain racial groups may be underrepresented in the data, and cosmetic procedures or poor lighting can skew results. So while Face Age AI might give you food for thought or a new skincare routine, as of right now, it's not a substitute for real medical advice. I'm Kennedy Felton for Straight Arrow News. Download our app today for more lifestyle stories.
Oh. Interesting. Well, the cats are asleep right now. One on my lap, one next to me.
Breaking news coming from the Associated Press. Take a good look there at your screen. The Associated Press reporting early this Monday morning that the Taliban says they will close all national and foreign non-governmental groups in Afghanistan employing women. It comes 2 years after they told NGOs to suspend the employment of Afghan women, allegedly because they didn't wear the Islamic headscarf correctly. Well, in a letter published on X Sunday night, the Economy Ministry warned that failure to comply with this latest order would lead to NGOs losing their license to operate in Afghanistan. The ministry said it was responsible for the registration, coordination, leadership, and supervision of all activities carried out by national and foreign organizations. The government was once again ordering the stoppage of all female work in institutions not controlled by the Taliban. This coming from a letter. In that letter, it says, quote, in case of lack of cooperation, all activities of that institution will be canceled, and the activity license of that institution granted by the ministry will also be canceled, end quote. The Associated Press goes on to report on this Monday that this is the Taliban's latest attempt to control or intervene in NGO activity. Earlier this month, you might recall, because we did air it right here on Live Now from Fox, the United Nations Security Council heard that an increasing proportion of female Afghan humanitarian workers were actually prevented from doing their work, even though relief work remains essential. According to Tom Fletcher, a senior UN official, the proportion of humanitarian organizations reporting that their female or male staff were stopped by the Taliban's morality police has increased. The Taliban, they do deny they are stopping aid agencies from carrying out their work or interfering with their activities. They have already barred women from many jobs and most public spaces and also excluded them from education beyond the 6th grade. In another development, the Taliban leader has ordered that buildings should not have windows looking into places where a woman might sit or stand. According to a 4-clause decree posted on X over this weekend, the order applies to new buildings as well as existing ones. So we are following this breaking news from the Associated Press. AP reporting the Taliban says they will close all NGOs that employ Afghan women. Of course, this is a developing story, so make sure you are tuned in to Live Now from Fox for the latest updates.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 11:27 on the East Coast and 8:27 on the West Coast. Do want to take you out to some breaking news that we are following at this hour here, and it all involves what we can expect from a vote next week. So President-elect Donald Trump endorsing House Speaker Mike Johnson as he prepares to fight to keep his role leading Republicans in Congress. Trump saying a short time ago in a post on his social media network Truth Social that Johnson, quote, is a good, hardworking, religious man, and said the Louisiana Republican, quote, will do the right thing and we will continue to win. He said, quote, Mike has my complete and total endorsement. Johnson's continued leadership seemed as though it was in jeopardy after a fight over a federal funding plan put the government at risk for a pre-Christmas shutdown. Though a deal was reached, the dispute showed the limits of Johnson's influence and exposed cracks in his party's support. The speaker's first two funding plans collapsed as Trump, who does not take the oath of office until January 20th, interceded with calls to suspend or lift the government debt ceiling. Johnson, who has worked hard to stay close to Trump, convinced the president-elect that he would meet his demands to raise the debt limit in 2025. Trump remained quiet about Johnson's fate before a January 3rd leadership vote for over a week, even as some Republicans signaled that they may not support Johnson for the role. I said next week, but it's actually later on this week, as January is just a couple days away. Representative Victoria Spartz, one of the Republicans who opposed Kevin McCarthy's initial bid for House Speaker, said in a statement today, quote, that our next House Speaker must show courageous leadership to get our country back on track. The Indiana lawmaker went on to make a series of demands for the next leader of the GOP majority, which included major spending reform. Now, Mike Johnson has commented here after we did hear from President-elect Trump. He said, thank you, President Trump. I'm honored and humbled by your support as always. Together, we will quickly deliver on your America First agenda and usher in the new golden age of America. The American people demand and deserve that we waste no time. Let's get to work with an American flag. And on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see the post from Donald Trump on Truth Social. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but he did say we are the party of common sense, a primary reason that we won in a landslide the magnificent and historic presidential election of 2024.
Okay, damn it. Makes me sleepy too. Oh, guess that's gonna be it for today. The news is putting me to sleep now. It's not informative enough. Mm-hmm. Nope. But thanks for hanging out with us here on Kitty Cam. Thanks for the likes. Thanks for anybody that might have subbed to the channel that didn't get any kind of recognition. Thanks for being here. Hey, no. Why me? For being the super mod, Sister T. Ted Thomas, thanks for hanging. Miss Bungle, thank you also. Brody YYC. I didn't see he was here early at the very beginning. Northwest Media, first one here. That's it. But that's all, folks. I'm gonna keep an eye on the bowl, see if anybody eats the scraps. You too, Ted. Thanks. Thanks, man. See you guys later.
Meow, 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 meow.